Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Technically, the questions can be about anything, but yeah, welcome everybody. This is a bit of a different stream. Paper, appreciate the 6 months. Happy Dangoversary. Okay, basically, I put the Google form sheet up. Crayhack also appreciate the sub. Thank you. I put the Google form up. We got over 400 questions. My mods narrowed it down and kind of like cut out the repeats. So we got down to about 175 questions. I'm going to slowly go through them. And then after about an hour, I'll probably switch to chat. Why you suck and you do not do what I am thinking. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. But yeah, I'm going to go through the questions sort of one by one. Hopefully this is entertaining and interesting. And then, like I said, I'll switch to chat questions. We've also got some questions from China. So yeah, lots of things to do here. So, all right, should we get started? What do you guys think? Also got these sick beats, the new sessions. So should be good. Cool. Yeah, I'll post it to YouTube too. So, all right. First question. Bam. All right. Why is Roger the best? For those who don't know, by the way, we'll start off with a good silly question. Roger is the guy who writes the patch notes. He also does a lot of the work writing our articles, helping us edit and get the articles, as well as any comms out for any important beats. Things like double up and stuff like that. And the reason he's the best is that if you work on any other project at Riot, one of the things is that we're a global game company, which means if we want to do a change, we have to, ship it out to all the different regions across the globe and all the different languages. And the challenge with that is that you have to localize everything, which means if you want to make a really fast change, the actual uptime is like a week. And this is why if you play like any of the other Riot games, it's like they have to have their changes locked in pretty quickly. I think this is one of the reasons why like Legends of Runeterra has been a little slower to balance, for example. But I've been kind of I don't know how else to frame it other than kind of like a jerk of like, no, we have to be better than that. I'm not going to put up with that. And people like Blake and Roger have been very supportive of that actually, and been like, okay, cool. We're happy to make that happen. How do we just, push that forward? And so like, here's what you got to do to push that forward. You got to get it in early, but like we can make changes up to this last minute, and they get everything set up beforehand, and that's super awesome. And so basically we can make the game as good as it can be because of people like Blake and Roger being willing to put in that extra effort and make sure we can do the localization across the different times. So that's my answer to why is Roger the best. Frostkey, appreciate the 2 months. Quitowski, appreciate the 17 months. Holy shit, thank you. Okay. I feel like assassins are a problem in every set. Have you considered not putting them in or changing how they work somehow? Yeah, this is a really good question. I like this question a lot because during the Katarina meta, I definitely was feeling this kind of question. The challenge with assassins is that they're kind of a necessary evil because you don't want everything to be front to back. You don't want it to be all about the super tanks. If somebody builds an amazing super tank, having the ability to sort of skip that and go to the backline is very important, okay? That being said, I don't think we've done a great job of making the right types of assassins. I think things like aggro drop, AoE spells, have been problematic on assassins, right? Like, I think Kha'Zix from 5.5 is a good example of a good assassin, right? Like, he's almost like the quintessential assassin. He's a one cost, he jumps to the backline, and if he gets on a target and isolates them, he kills them. The other thing to talk about here is that assassins have always been kind of a binary is not the word I'm looking for, but controversial is not right either, but like divisive. It's always been a divisive fantasy. The players who like playing assassins really like playing assassins, and the players who don't like playing assassins really hate playing against them. Polarizing is a good word, yes. Yeah, and so it's kind of unfortunate because you really want to apply to many different player fantasies. But yeah. So that's kind of the deal. And like I said, it makes for more interesting combats, which is fun. So have you considered changing how they work? That's kind of where I'm at right now. I think, especially with assassins, we're going to have to be very careful with their spell archetype. It's like, what does this assassin do? And it's like, one of the worst things I think we've done, actually, is Fizz and Diana. And I bring up Fizz and Diana specifically because, like, the counterplay to assassins is supposed to be, I'm going to put my tanks in the backline and protect them. Like, I position well, and I can get those assassins on my tanks. And often this is grouping up in the corner. Well, then you make an assassin that goes, now I'm going to punish you for grouping up in the corner. Well, then what do? Right? So, and then someone in chat kind of mentioned just now, why do assassins have to have crit as part of their kit? That's the other part I'm not sold on either. I do think it doesn't need to be crit. I think there are other outlets that could be, better than crit. So high level, basically, it's like, I think a champion that jumps into the backline or does something in the backline, I think will always be a part of TFT. But I don't think we've made the perfect assassin archetype, and I think lately, especially with the AoE spells, we've kind of been screwing it up. So, cool. Alright, do you plan to share Augment data on Riot API? If the answer is no, why? The answer to that is goddamn yes. Like, we better. Because, man, I gotta tell you, all these times you look at, like, lol chess and you look at match history, it just doesn't tell the story, right? Like, the whole point of match history is to, like, tell the story of what happened on this game. Because, like, you see a 6 challenger comp win, and you're like, that's cool, but what you might not realize is it was because they had Knife's Edge and Unguard, and you're like, oh my god, that's so cool. That's a high, high excitement kind of thing, but you can't tell that story. And I think it's important for TFT to be able to tell these stories. So if we're gonna, like, if augments, like, as soon as possible, we need to get those into the API so that things can show in there. So yeah, cool. And yeah, guys, like I said, I'm gonna go through pre-submitted questions for about an hour, and then I'll jump to chat questions. So for now, just enjoy the show. What's the thought process behind creating a vertical trait? How do you drive up the different range of units, like the different carries in the trait, the defensive unit utility? How important is the thematic of the champion skin line? If I talk about this set, then we look at Scion. How did he go about becoming a protector? Did Imperial just need a defensive front line? Yeah, so there's no easy answer to this question, because creating a TFT set is like a logic puzzle, right? It's like, imagine you have 58 puzzle pieces and you have a bunch of different slots, right? And you're like, okay, we need a vertical trait, right? We're gonna, let's pick Academy. So it's like, okay, we have these 13 Academy skins we can use, and let's make an arrangement. Like, let's say we literally just started there. Let's make an arrangement. It's like, okay, maybe Lux is a 1 cost, Leona's a 2 cost, and fill it out. And then you look at that puzzle and you're like, okay, well, we need a tank, we need a physical damage carry, we need a magic damage carry, and this is especially true of our origins, not our classes. You'll need to make sure that you've got everything in that group, just that origin, okay? Now, what you might run into is like, okay, you've got 13 Academy skins, but if you use X champion, that means you can't use it for a different skin line later. And so that might lower your your 13 actually down to like a pool of 10, because you need this champion over in this origin because that origin has no better choice. So that's a tricky one. Then in addition, it's like, okay, you started filling that out, and just doing that for one is very easy. Then you have to do that for the rest and the rest and the rest. Then you look at this and you're like, crap, now we don't have enough tanks at 4 cost. Or now we don't have enough magic damage in the set. And all of a sudden, all your pieces you thought were in the right spot have to be sort of repositioned. The side effect of that, and this is what I think Protector turned out to be, is that if you look at every set, there's usually like 1 or 2 traits that just like almost feel like they were tacked on. They're kind of like the like awkward little like they don't feel right. You know what I mean? That was Protector. Protector was definitely like, it started as anti-mage, and it was just kind of like the tanky extra slots we needed to fill out some gaps. And it didn't quite feel right, but eh. And so you'll always see in one set, because again, filling out that logic puzzle, you sort of end up with these like rough edges at the end. And that's where you get kind of like a weaker trait to sort of fill in those gaps. And so if you go back and look through every set, it might be fun exercise for you to see if you can identify like which ones just like don't really belong. You know what I mean? So again, that's how Scion ended up as Protector. And again, the original set designer's vision for Scion was actually that he was a damage dealer, not a tank, or kind of like a hybrid at the very least. But I kind of made the call that I'm not really okay with Colossus dishing out tons and tons of damage while also being immune to CC, while also having 3,000 plus health, while also having 25% DR. So that's why I had to kind of like put the... And frankly, I should have put the Gabosh on it sooner. So... Alright. Early on in TFT, you mentioned that Soulbound was unhealthy for the game because GA Senna lacked interaction. The same goes with GA Aphelios in early set 4. But starting set 5.5, you reintroduced those with Fiddlesticks, and now we see them more with Yone and Urgot. Do you think the team's opinion on those interactions has changed? Is this a way to make the team experiment for making GA interactions less frustrating to play as? So, the sad truth here is that this is spaghetti code. That's the sad truth. We need to make a better systemic solution to what the GA rule set is. I think, and I'm going to use Ahri and Yone as an example, right? Ahri is a champion that when she starts casting her spell, she has a channel time, and when that channel time finishes, she releases the spell. If GA, let's say she got hit with GA in that like channel, it's like if the spell just canceled and you lost your entire giant mana pool, that would feel really, really terrible. Yeah, we're talking about set 4 Ahri, Spirit Bomb Ahri. That would feel really terrible. So, like, from a code perspective, you're like, okay, well, it doesn't cancel the spell because it didn't actually die. But then you have a champion like Yone, if you apply that exact same logic to, where it's like, wait a minute, if you don't cancel the spell, they just keep attacking. But that's really weird, too. And I'll say that Yone and Urgot, we almost removed last patch, but we just ran out of time and didn't get to test it and rebalance it. So again, what we need to do, and this is my opinion here, is that we actually need to create very clear spell rules, right? This spell is a cast. This spell is a channel. This spell is a buff. And then make the rules very clear for what the GA state or stun state does to those type of spells. Because GA, I think, should be treated like a stun. And again, like, let's go back to the Ahri example. Ahri, when she's stunned, if she started casting, didn't stop casting, right? Like, she didn't lose her spell. So that makes sense. But Urgot and Yone, when they get stunned, they do stop attacking, or at least Urgot does, Yone doesn't, which again, we're a little confusing. But yeah, TLDR, we need to make those rules better. I just 100% agree. And especially, I think in any case, though, no matter what rules we come up with, the other thing to note here is it feels bad to see essentially a dead body there, a GA'd state body, and then your champs are all standing around and getting melted by this high DPS glass cannon, right? Like, that just feels freaking bad. So, TLDR, I've never been happy with how GA interacts with a lot of stuff, but it has been such a fun item that, like, I hesitate to remove the item from the system. Like, I'll use GA Jhin as an example. I think GA Jhin is very healthy for the game, right? I use GA to protect him from assassins so that, you know, he can keep on going. That's a good, healthy GA interaction. So, Yeah. All right. Let's see. Hey, Mort, I had a few questions about duo modes. I love double up so far. In future iterations, will it be possible to play with other teams? And will there ever be a true duo ranked mode? I.e. just the base game, but with a partner, same rank system as normal ranked for the future. That's something I'd really like to see. Okay, so let's talk about double up for a minute. Double up is a mode that we believed was going to be a very high desired mode because we think TFT is a very fun game. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to answer all the subs. I appreciate all the subs and gift subs and everything, guys, but I want to focus on the questions today. We thought double up would be a very popular mode because it's a really simple premise, right? Like, TFT is fun. People like playing games with their friends. 1 + 1 is 2. People will like playing a fun game with their friends. Ta-da! Very simple concept. So we wanted to make double up. Now, to make double up complete would have taken more time than we were comfortable with. And we really wanted to get it out for the Set 6, Arcane, sort of that big Riot moment where we wanted to launch this really cool features with double up. So we decided to do it as a beta. The beta would have a ton of bugs, a ton of issues, but at the same time, what it would allow us to do is really make sure that the risky things we were doing for double up were the right things. For example, reinforcements as a concept was very risky, right? It was very risky. It might have been a shit show. It might have been crazy, but it might have been fun. Same with the Runes of Allegiance, right? And the friend armories. We wanted to try some stuff and then get people's feedback. Now, I'm going to pick on Rune of Allegiance. I think it's pretty clear that Rune of Allegiance has done some very bad things to the double up meta. It makes it way too easy to 3-star 4 cost. That meta is kind of toxic in a silly, fun way, but not very competitive. And so if we were going to keep double up, that gives us a cool thing to iterate on. Whereas if we had said this was the full launch and everything is final, that would have been a giant mistake, right? We would have been stuck with this like Rune of Allegiance that's really rough. So we decided to launch it as a beta state. Now, we had a measurement, basically. It's like, what % of game hours would double up have to be for us to go, okay, this beta was a complete failure. We just turn it off and we never come back to it. Or what would it have to be for it to be like, it was okay, let's turn it off, try again another time. Or, wow, this was really good. Maybe we should keep it on and keep going for a bit. Or, holy crap, like and I'm going to make up some numbers, but like, let's pretend double up was 70% of our game hours. Like, it was just so popular that everyone switched to double up. Wouldn't we be stupid for turning it off? That would be stupid, right? Like, why would you turn off a game mode that's 70% of your hours? So, that was kind of the position we put ourselves in, where it was like, we have this mode, we know we want to do better with this mode, but let's get it out there, see what it does, and then decide where to go from there. Now, I'll tell you, we've made our decision. I can't tell you what that is, but we have made our decision. It'll get announced, I think, very early next year, what that decision is. But big if, that decision is to keep it on or bring it back at a full launch, we are going to do some pretty big interaction, or pretty big iterations to the mode. It's pretty clear what some of those would be, right? Like, I think the loudest one is like, let me make a lobby with more than just one team, right? So I can play with a bunch of friends. I think another one that people often bring up is like, hey, the hyper roll rank system doesn't feel as competitive. We should get a real ranked system. Yeah, maybe. I already mentioned the Rune of Allegiance and how 3-star 4 costs in every game is a little crazy. Stuff to do there. So again, if we decide to keep it, some pretty clear iteration to do. But that's why I'm really glad we did this beta thing, because we can iterate. So, TLDR, we hear you, and a lot of you have been very vocal and very nice. So, it's been really good to get that feedback. So keep it coming. And yeah. Yeah, and like I said, look forward to that when we announce what our decision is around double up. Cool. Can you apologize so my girlfriend Natasha for creating such a great game and making me spend too much time playing TFT? Natasha, I'm sorry. Not that sorry though. I'm gonna keep making it better. So come to terms with it. comes to terms with it. What is the schedule for a standard day on a TFT team? Okay, so a standard day for the team is usually show up around 10 a.m. We have what's called a stand-up at 10:15. Stand-up is where the team comes together. They make sure what everyone's working on. It's like a 15-minute meeting, very quick. Here's what I'm working on. Here's my update for the day. Here's the thing I might need help with. Make sure everyone's on board. Cool. Then, right after that, the designers do a playtest. Every morning we do a playtest. For example, I'm excited to say Monday, we did our very first 6.5 playtest. So that was cool. In fact, when we get back, it's going to be pretty hectic because we'll be back to 2 playtests a day because we have to do 6.5 and 7. And yes, Silco was there. Silco was playable. Fun times. I can talk about that because that's announced. Then after that, you write up your playtest feedback. It's about 11:30. Maybe have some discussions about that playtest. Then it's lunch. Obviously, team gets lunch. Cool. After that, what ends up happening is like from 1 to 6, we'll call it core hours, basically. And at this point, this is where a lot of people do their individual contributor work. This might be creating new champions. This could be, iterating on balance, having meetings, whatever. Lots of discussions, lots of implementation, lots of work. That's kind of like where you do your main work. Within that main work, you might also have meetings, like a one-on-one with your manager, to discuss like your career options and things are going well. Hopefully you keep your schedule down because the more meetings, like the higher up the ladder you go, the more meetings you have. But you really don't want meetings because meetings mean you're not getting as much work done. So that happens from like 1 to 6. If needed, there's an evening play test in there. Like I said, we're going to be back to evening play tests because we have to do set 7 also. And then after that, you're basically free post 6:30, 7 o'clock. Most people will work a little later. Some won't. It's fine. It's no big deal. There's a joke that like if Witty's going home and you're still at the office, you're working too late. So like go home. We don't really do crunch, but some people will just work extra hard because they want to make cool shit happen. So yeah, that's kind of a standard day. So yeah. Again, appreciate all the subs, guys. Gonna focus on questions. I really do appreciate the subs though. Vigorous Walrus, Bobo, and Dippy. Thank you. Alright. Why does one team not always fight another team in double up? So this is another one. We talked about the iterations on double up. This is another one that maybe needs iterations. Maybe not. But the logic behind the decision was if it's always A fights A or A fights B and C fights D, then A fights C and B fights D, the matchmaking would get a little predictable. And that predictability was initially something we wanted to avoid. Now, it has had side effects. For example, if one team is very, very weak, it skews the entire thing, right? Where it's like, I'm fighting a pretty hard opponent, but the really weak guy just died instantly and we both got invaded. Yeah, it feels bad when you and your teammate get invaded. Yep. There's pros and cons on this one for sure. So I think this is another one that if we decide to do a full launch, the team should at least reevaluate or discuss. And again, I think that's another one that like we'd have to try it out, right? Like really iterate on it. So yeah, I don't think it's the right answer necessarily. What comps would belong in the TFT Hall of Fame? I feel like I kind of answered this in the sense that we did that poll of the 32 comps, and Warwick ended up winning. But basically, those were the 32 comps, at least as much as I could. Like, I probably would have pulled more from set 2 through 4, and less from 5 and 6. Like, I didn't think Katarina deserved to be in the Hall of Fame, but I wanted to get set 6 on there. Or yeah, the fact that like Slash Bros, Bang Bros wasn't on that list. But that list of 32 is probably still my that's still my favorite. So that would be my list. If you haven't seen that tweet, go check it out. But those would be my ones. How do you guys distinguish a bad, unhealthy meta? How do you guys distinguish a good meta? Okay. So this one is all about goals, right? If we let's take any set. Let's not look at a specific set. Let's look any set. If we want a healthy meta, what does that look like? Well, a healthy meta probably says around 20 to 30 champions can be your main carry, your 3-item carry exciting person. You want about 20 to 30 at any point that should be like pretty damn viable. In addition, of those like 30, again, 30 would be like S+. You want them to be varying cost, right? There need to be some 1 cost, some 2 costs, some 3 costs, some 4 costs, some 5 costs. The other thing that makes for a standard is that it needs to be skewed a little to the back end, but not much. And what I mean by that is like, let's say the 1 and 2 costs are the best. Obviously, that's not a great meta, right? Because everyone presses D, and we have that problem with our bag system, because our bag system says if everyone's playing 2 costs, they're now easier to hit. Or if everyone's playing 1 cost, they're now easier to hit. Kind of a problem. So you don't want that. But on the other side, you also don't want everyone just rushing to 8, doing the roll down, and see who gets the 4 and 5 costs. We've been in that meta too. That meta is also bad. So a healthy meta, we should be able to go, hey, at least like bare minimum, there's a 1 cost carry that works, there's a 2 cost carry that works, there's a 3 cost carry that works, there's a 4 cost carry that works. And like right now on live, I think we're pretty close to that. I think we're pretty damn close to that. Live is feeling pretty good. But I will say, even in that, what we just described is the perfect meta, will not make everyone happy. Because in that perfect meta, usually the safest route is the level to 7 or 8, get a 4 cost, and then like build from there. That is like the safest play, the most stable play. And then you get the responses of like, well, okay, I level 7 lottery, blah blah blah, or level 8 lottery for 5 costs, blah blah blah. And like, kinda, that's TFT. So it is what it is, but like that's kind of how the game works. And so the reality is, even when the game is in a healthy state, I've learned that people are going to complain no matter what. And we'll talk about it later, because like there's champion identities that just make people complain even when they're balanced. So that's our bar. And like I said, right now on live, we're pretty damn close to that. Live after the B patch feels really close. So how am I feeling today? Good. I'm feeling good. Gonna do this stream that I've been looking forward to doing for a while. Get some time to just talk about the game while not distracted playing the game. And then after this, I'm gonna take my daughter to the movie theater, which is the first time we've been to a movie theater since COVID started. And we're gonna go see Spider-Man, which I'm excited to see. I hear it's good. So I really want to go see Spider-Man. So I'm gonna go see it. So I'm feeling great. Hey Mort, I made some TFT tables so the community could understand some numbers and why comps champions are so strong. What do you think of an official TFT database? I think an official TFT database like that, like Mobalytics, it's funny. I often go to Mobalytics to look up old champion stats more than our own internal tools. That being said, one of our newer designers, Jake, actually just used that to make our own internal stuff. But TLDR, yeah, I'm totally fine with an official TFT database. I think it'd be cool. I think also Spider Axe does a pretty good job making sure the wiki has a lot of stuff. For example, I needed images of the Ornn items for my patch update decks, and I actually got them from the wiki because Spider Axe had made sure that they were all there. So there's definitely some databases out there. But yeah, good times. Definitely down with that. 3 of the final 4 comps from Mort's Twitter tournament involved OP spatula combos from set 2 and 3. Has it been an intentional choice to avoid these potential spatula balanced nightmares? In set 5 and 6, it doesn't seem like spatula items you can make aren't as impactful as interesting in the same way. So, this is just... Okay, ads. I'm pausing. Yep, cool. Thank you for telling me there's ads. I'm waiting. I am waiting till the ads are done. Thank you. Yep, thank you guys. I'm waiting. I'll wait till the ads are done. I can see the timer on my screen. Thank you guys. In the meantime, I can say thanks for subs. So let's see here. Yeah, thanks guys. Subs. No. It's all good. All good. Appreciate it. Eternal Slayer, appreciate the sub. Yeah, I'll repeat the question. It says 1 minute 28 seconds. I'll just goof off for now. You are terrible at TFT. Join me, and together we can one-trick Yordles. There you go. Look, I'm just killing time till the ads are done here, alright? Oh, you guys want to see something cool? Hang on. So, we had the Christmas party yesterday, and we got little gifts. I thought the TFT one was a little weird, but also cool. Hang on. So it's like this black thingy, laptop thingy or whatever. I think you put like a laptop or tablet in there. But the cool thing is it's got the TFT the thing. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, fun fact, that T logo, by the way, is our placeholder art for any augment. So, for example, in our 6.5 playtest, we saw a bunch of augments with that T. Okay. Ads over. All right. Okay, so this was 3 of the final 4 comps from Mort's Twitter tournament involved OP spatula combos from set 2 and 3. Has it been an intentional choice to avoid these potential spatula balance nightmares? In sets 5 and 6, it didn't seem like the spatula items you can make or aren't as impactful or interesting. So, we agree with this problem statement, actually, and we've been under the same discussion, is that spatulas have not felt as transformative. I think the 2 best examples of spatulas that we've ever talked about, the 2 best, are Assassin, because it's like, holy crap, my champion now transforms and jumps to the backline. That's something they didn't do before. That's freaking sweet, right? The second one is Mage. My champion now casts their spell twice. And that's fucking cool. And it's especially cool because every player was like, I want to know what Mage X does, right? What does Mage Swain do? What does Mage Shyvana do? What does Mage Blank do? You know, like, those are the 2 best. And so we've been making sure that spatulas are like balanced, but we haven't done a great job of making sure that they're fun and transformative. And so I agree with that statement that like set 5 and set 6, not transformative enough. And this is what the funny thing is this actually links to trait design, right? Because like traits that give stats are boring spatulas, right? Because like, let's use Imperial. You can literally compare Imperial to Giant Slayer, and it's just like, it's a math problem. Should Imperial be a spatula? Probably not. It's just not interesting. Whereas Mage, that's really fascinating. So TLDR, like, I don't have like an awesome answer for you today to be like, yes, it's gonna be better, but we have definitely recognized this problem and have begun discussing it pretty heavily. Because it is a problem. It's just not as fun. The fact that like there have been games where I get the spatula last pick and it's just like, no, that's not good. So spatula should be an exciting item that's like, oh my god, it's a spatula, I want it so I can do this cool thing. So yeah. All right, we're back here. Boom. This is a blank one. Did I delete it? I didn't delete it. I did delete it. All right, sweet. Does Mercenary's box have the same items if I dropped mercs for a round and then re-enabled them after? Yes. The Mercenary box does not reset. So let's say you're at 5 out of 12 loss, and then for some reason you decide to take out Mercenary, and you win, doesn't matter, or lose, doesn't matter, and then the next round you put back in Mercenary, it won't show the icon. But if you look at the mana bar, it does say 5 out of 12. Your counter does not change. It is set to you for the whole game. So that's how it works. Can you give us an updated MAU update? I can't. Sorry, chat asked that, by the way. I really want to tell you that number. It's such a good number, but I can't. Not allowed to. So yeah, you can drop Merc. Yep, you can drop it. Like, I'm gonna exaggerate here, but let's say you ran 3 Merc from 2-1 to 2-3, had a 3 loss streak, then cut Merc, then all the way in like 6-1, put back in 3 Merc, your chest would say 3 out of 12. What is MAU? Monthly active users. Monthly active users. Sorry. Okay. Are you planning to do another year in review video like you did in 2020 with Rock and Green Tej? Yes, if you read my Twitter. Yes. I'm going to do that probably, I want to say like it's either next week or the week after. We'll probably pre-record it. Probably. Although I don't know if TJ and Witty want to come on here, then we could do it live. But yes, we are going to do a year in review. I thought it was really fun last year. There's some cool stories I want to tell. So we're definitely going to do another year in review. I know you probably answered this already, but what is your favorite augment design-wise to pick and champion augment combination? All right. Design-wise, I really like Clear Mind. I think Clear Mind asks you to play in a really different way that is really exciting. So Clear Mind, built different, obviously the other one. Built different, though, the thing I don't like about built different is that, like, it's kind of devolved into this, like, you win streak early and then maybe give it up late or just crash and burn at third. So it just has turned into a math problem of, like, how long is built different better than actually having traits? And the answer is it's really, really good early game. And then it's not as good when they have 9 traits, you know? So, But that's where Clear Mind to me is so much more fun. Because it forces you to make really tough decisions around, do I keep my bench empty? Is now the time to start trying to get upgrades? When do I do that? So Clear Mind is probably my favorite design-wise. To pick, to me, the one I always instant pick is... What is the one I always instant pick? It's probably the +2 health per turn one. I'm blanking on its name. It starts with an M. That's the one I always pick, especially if I get it at 1-4. Metabolic, thank you. Metabolic Accelerator, thank you. The reason I like Metabolic Accelerator at 1-4 is because it allows you to greed in such a way that when played correctly, you're basically playing with like 30 or 40 extra health, which early game is just like, it's so good. So Metabolic to me is probably the, like, if I get it at 1-4, I'm probably taking it. And then Augment Champion combination. This one's tricky, but it has to be like, if you can get an Academy spat on like a Kaisa and then get Cram Session, that's probably my favorite. Yeah, that's a fun one. And that's the cool thing about augments is there are so many fun ones. There's so many fun ones. So, yeah. All right. Will there be new Chibi Little Legends for the mid-set update? Unfortunately, I can neither confirm nor deny that, but what I will say is we are definitely developing more Chibi Little Legends. Now, I think this is the danger of doing the Chibi Little Legends that I think the team had to be aware of. I definitely made it clear that this is a big, risky thing. There's going to be champions that people are fans of. Like, there's 150 league champions, right? We know which ones are the popular ones. Oh my god, it's a Yasuo, and a Lee Sin, and a Jinx, and a Lux, blah, 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 blah. How long until your Rammus, or your Ivern, or your Malzahars get Chibis? So, you know in League of Legends, there's the Blue Essence Emporium. They have the Chibi icons. Just icons. We still don't have every champion. So the fact that, like, you're going to need those for the Chibis? Like, come on. And so, I don't know. I think there's bound to be disappointment. The other thing I'll say, and I can say this because it's been shown, is that Fight for the Golden Spatula, which for those who are just joining us, that is the China mobile version that we've partnered with to make mobile for China. They actually have skins for their Chibi Little Legends. And so skins for Chibi Little Legends also creates a whole other wormhole of possibilities And so there's some craziness there. So I think they also, if I remember right, they also have prestige versions also. So it's a whole smorgasbord of craziness. But yeah. All right. When is a 1-star unit better than a 2-star? For example, I like playing Bodyguard early game. Is a 1-star Leona better than a 2-star Poppy? Is a 1-star Galio better than a 3-star Poppy or 2-star Leona? Obviously, there's a lot of factors to consider, but I'd like to hear the devs' thoughts. Okay. This is a tricky one. But generally, and this is where I think a lot of players disagree with me, but generally, crazy enough, a 2-star 1 cost is about as good as a 1-star 5 cost. They are about equal. And you might go, well, 3 gold, 5 gold, that doesn't sound right. But the answer is, one is you buy them in the shop, and the other takes effort to build. And so because they took effort to build, they get to be a little more powerful. Now, where this differs, and this is not a black and white rule, I want to be very clear on that. A lot of the design in TFT is not a frameworked, perfectly aligned rule set that like all 2-cost 2 stars are great. Like, that's not how it works. I love the question about Leona and Poppy here, right? Because this is a really good framing of the question. The answer, when you look at is 1-star Leona better than 2-star Poppy? What you have to look at is, what is their purpose? Okay? Both cases, these are frontline. These are frontline you need to survive as long as possible. The way they survive as long as possible is have a very high effective health pool. Effective health is basically their health multiplied by their armor and MR, multiplied by how often they do things like shield themselves, heal themselves, whatever, right? A 2-star Poppy has much more health than a 1-star Leona. A 2-star Poppy will probably cast more often than a 1-star Leona. So a 2-star Poppy has a much higher effective health pool than a 1-star Leona. So pretty much in every case, I would run the 2-star Poppy. Because again, it has that higher effective health. Now, what you have to calculate though, and this is where it gets a little tricky. Let's say you had a 2-star Darius, a 2-star Braum, and Bodyguard Heart. So you're at 3 Bodyguard. And now the question is, do you want Leona or Poppy? Well, again, we already mathed out Leona versus Poppy 1-to-1, and Poppy won. But Leona's spell applies extra armor and MR to allies around. Giving Braum and Darius the extra armor and MR now starts to make that equation go, Leona may be better in this case. And so now that that situation has changed, Leona is the better answer. And this is what I mean. This is why TFT, it drives me personally nuts when players make these like blanket statements like X is always better than Y. And the answer is no, it's not always the case. It's contextual. And that is what like if I could magically grant this ability to every player out there, that would be the ability I'd grant to players, is like, please understand that context matters. Context matters so much. And again, this is also true of like everything else, right? It's like, is a 1-star Akali better than a 2-star Ziggs? I mean, usually, but probably not a 0-item Akali with no traits active. Probably not. Or a Ziggs that's, giving you extra gold per turn. Yeah, all of these things have context. And that's the important thing to me, is like, you've got to look at that context. So. Okay. Set 6 is going quite well. True. And it's probably going to be one of the best sets so far. True. Still, the set has some issues. Nope, no issues. Like balancing and certain augments being problematic. What do you think you guys can take from this set to future ones? Positive and negative. Like I said, I think there's some really clear positives here. Obviously, the augments and the amount of replayability they create are very positive. I think with the traits, we kind of learned from set 5 that like you've got to get some spicy, interesting traits in there. It actually, let me take a step back. I was talking to TJ about this, and if anything, set 6 has confirmed one thing for me about the auto battler genre, and I kind of knew this already, but it really confirmed it for me. Okay, set 6, or not, sorry, the auto battler genre, the primary player motivation is novelty. And what I mean by that is, like, when you start playing an auto battler, you start to want to see all the different cool things that can happen, right? What happens if I get 8 Challenger? What happens if I make an 8 Academy Kaisa? What does that look like? What happens if I get a 3-star Tom Kench? I want to know. What happens when I get built different 1, 2, and 3 in the same comp? I want to know. You get like all these high roll moments in your head that you're like, I want to see what happens. Okay? And when the game stops giving you new situations, the game's not fun anymore. You've seen everything. I think a lot of other auto battlers have failed for this reason. And I'm going to pick on Hearthstone a little bit. Hearthstone Battlegrounds, fun game. Not going to talk shit about it. But how many times can you see Poison Murlocs? How many times can you see a fully buffed up elemental comp with, okay, cool, they buffed up their elementals? Like, you've seen it all before. The novelty is gone. And I think that's why the game starts to deteriorate and become not exciting. And so, with that in mind, TFT is going to have to continuously find new and exciting things for you to explore. It's like, because again, you want to know, what happens if I do this? What happens if I get 9 Mercenary? Is there a hidden thing there? What happens if I do that? Like, you just need to keep adding new dreams for the player. And as long as there's new dreams, they'll keep having fun. And I think that's the important thing. And so everything we do from now on, I think, is going to be bucketed under the point of how excited is the player to get this to happen, right? That's my biggest, like, 100% takeaway from everything that's happened in TFT and all the other competitors so far is novelty is the key. Not competitive, it's not blah, blah, blah. It's novelty. So that's the important thing. Are there such a thing as hidden things? I mean, with TFT, they don't stay hidden long. But, like, I think Yordle Lord was a great example of novelty. The first time you get a 3-star Yordle King, yeah. The third time you get a 3-star Yordle King, you know, same thing. From a technical aspect, what do you think is the biggest limitation TFT has? Things that can't be implemented because of how TFT is programmed. Okay, so what I want you guys to imagine is you make a MOBA, okay? Now this MOBA has 1 map and at most 10 champions, okay? And you build an entire game around limitations like there can only be 10 champions on the map, maybe 12 with a special mode. And, you know, there's 8 to 10 or 10 to 12 players and you've got this map. Now, someone else says, I want to make a game in that same engine, but there's going to be 8 players. They're each going to have upwards of 20 champions if you count the bench. So that means there's now 160 of them on the screen, and all like 57 different ones have to be loaded into the game. Huh. Engine not really built for that. So, for example, like just getting everything in memory-wise has been a challenge every set. I think we give our engineering lead, Gavin, a lot of heartaches because it's just like we keep trying to do more and more, and it's just like, stop. Oh yeah, and it has to be ported to mobile. Yep. A good example of this is like, if you guys remember back in set 5, we had Draconic, and I told you about that idea we had where I wanted the Draconic eggs to hatch old dragons like Spaceship Aurelian Soul. We literally couldn't do it because we were out of memory. I couldn't add 1 more champion because we were out of memory. And like, oh, it hurts, you know? It hurts. So if you ask me what the biggest limitation is, I think it's that, right? It's like, we're limited by what League of Legends can do. So, and I think it's in a perfect world, which doesn't exist, we would be able to keep making TFT, and in the background, someone would be developing like a new engine for TFT, and then at some point we would shift over to this magic new engine. But like, good luck. You know? The magic world, yeah. So It's not about its own client. It has nothing to do with the client, right? I'm talking about the game engine. We could be in the League client and then load this new variation of the game. It's the game engine that, to me, is the limitation, personally. So, all right. How exactly does double up betas rank team if both teams have the same score? Is it alphabetical or something else? So, this is a really funny question I'm going to dig into a little bit. If you've ever played League of Legends on a 5-man pre-made, there's a thing that happens where you'll notice that the same person on the same pre-made is always first pick. The pick order is not random. You have no idea what that pick order is, but you're like, it's not random. Another example of this is, and I think some of Lobby 2 has pointed this out, is like, let's say you have an Enforcer, 2 Enforcer, and there are 2 enemies that have the exact same HP. What's interesting is that it's not actually random. It always picks the same one. And there have been many instances of this across both TFT and League, where it's like a thing that is supposed to be random does not in fact look random, but it is not logical what is being chosen. Well, it turns out behind the scenes, what it basically comes down to is ID. There is everything in the game has an ID, right? Like our champions, for example, all have an ID. Players all have an ID. And any time when it defaults to a tie like this, it basically just picks the lowest ID. It's a really silly tech thing. But for example, that's why whenever you're in a 5-man pre-made and it's always the same person, it's just like, well, that's the player with the lowest ID number. That's it. So it is definitely not like a practical decision. It's just a weird code thing because code is weird sometimes. So, yep. All right. Again, appreciate all the subs, guys. Thank you. I'm trying to focus on questions, so I'm not going to call them out. But again, thank you very much for the subs. Okay. Let's go. What, it's 9:30? We'll go till 10 o'clock, and then I'll switch to chat questions for an hour. So, actually, we'll go till the next ad break, then we'll switch. How about that? Cool. All right. If I remember correctly, one of the recaps said Draconic was meant to be an econ trait. Oh, by the way, mods, if you could start gathering good chat questions, that'd be great. Because then we can just do those. But if not, no big deal. Okay, if I remember correctly, one of the recaps said Draconic was meant to be an econ trait. Yep. But nobody wanted to play it like that because it wasn't satisfying to sell off units you didn't want. Yep. Isn't Yordles pretty much the same mechanic right now, though? I personally feel like Draconic was more fun to me than Yordles because I got better individual units, but maybe that's not totally accurate. So, they're similar. I'm not going to debate that. They're definitely similar. The thing was, Draconic, in both cases, when you have an economic trait, you have champions that have to be a little weaker, right? Because they're generating you gold. If 3 Yordle was as good as 3 Innovator Opener, why the fuck would you ever play 3 Innovator? That'd be stupid. One's generating you gold, one isn't. The same was true of Draconic, generating gold. The challenge, though, was with Draconic was like, when you invested in Draconic, it was like, well, I want to start 3-starring these units, but 3-starring these units are a little weird. You know, it's like you wanted to play 3-star Ashe, you wanted to play 3-star Zyra. Whereas with the Yordles, there's a lot more options, right? Like, we let it go both ways, right? You can go 6 Yordle and keep investing in it, or you can just go 3 Yordle and start making econ. And by having it have that breakpoint of like 3-6, it was sort of very clear that like you only have to do one or the other. I think that made the biggest difference from a satisfaction standpoint. But other than that, they are very similar. So, yeah. Why do long-range mages not have an MR shredding item that they can use themselves, similar to Last Whisper? It feels really bad to have to build Ionic Spark on your tank, essentially taking a rod item from your damage dealer, just to be able to hurt enchanters' Dragon Claws. Was changing Spark to some sort of Void Staff ever a consideration? Okay. So, yeah, someone pointed out, Static Shiv is supposed to be this, and allow me to explain why I think this is... It's actually working. One of the things people don't really appreciate is that attack speed on casters makes them cast quicker. Right? If you put a Ginsu's on Victor, he will cast much quicker than he would without it. It's actually relatively comparable to Shojin. A lot of people forget that. A lot of people forget that attack speed is good for casters. So when we designed Shiv, it was meant to be the void staff of the game. It was meant to be, okay, they get attack speed, and you'll notice we've even boosted the attack speed for this set, like even more attack speed. You get the tier, which means you cast even quicker. You get the shred, and you get the bonus damage. It is meant to be a very good item. And it's funny because if you look back when the set launched, I think a lot of players were calling the item unplayable. But fast forward, a lot of our top players have realized that Shiv is really, really good. Like, really good. I believe, like, for example, Misfortune's best in slot to me is Shojin, Shiv, Deathcap. Because you get the shred, you get the extra damage, and you get the extra boost. Like, that is a good item combination. So that is the idea. Now, the question, though, is, let's take that aside. Let's pretend Shiv was bad. Because, again, I think Shiv is great. Why not make Void Staff? And the real answer here is, like... And again, it's hypocritical. I'm going to say it, but I know it's hypocritical if you compare it to Last Whisper. Is that I don't want it to turn into this weird math problem between Jeweled Gauntlet, Void Staff, and Deathcap. Because at any point where it's like, okay, if they have exactly 48 magic resist or less, you should go Deathcap. But unless you have 45% crit or more, you should go Deathcap. Otherwise, go Jeweled Gauntlet. But if they have more than 48 magic resist, then you need to go Void Staff. Like, kind of wanted to avoid that situation. And we already have this problem with Jeweled Gauntlet and Deathcap. We have this problem with Last Whisper versus, Deathblade. So it's not a good solved system. And I think our item system is definitely one of the areas that needs the most improvement. But that's why we've kind of been avoiding a Void Staff. Why do I hate math? I love math. Turns out most players do not love math. So, and again, I don't make games for me. So, yeah. Alright, since set 4, B patching has become a more regular means of ensuring smoother player experience, particularly early in a new set's lifespan. What do you and the team look for when considering whether bugs and or balance concerns are worthy of a B patch? So, this one's tricky, because the definition of a B patch has been muddy for a long time. And, yeah. This is a sensitive topic for me, because especially early on in TFT, I got a lot of flack for doing B patches. The fact that people were like, why are B patches even necessary? Does that mean you're a bad balance designer? But to me, B patches were like, this is a complicated game and small adjustments can make a very large difference. So what we're really looking for is, again, our goal, we talked about that goal of that ideal scenario, is it's anything that is blocking that ideal scenario from happening, right? What is out of line by a large margin? What is hard forceable? What is breaking the game in ways we don't intend? Those are the things that we need to be patched quickly. And the thing is, again, I talked about the premier example of why TFT and auto battlers are exciting is the novelty. Anything that blocks that novelty ruins the experience. And I'm going to call out War Week as the best example here. If I go into a game during set 4 and I'm like, there are 56 champions and chosens and I want to play them all, but the game punishes me for doing anything other than Warwick, where's the novelty? The novelty's gone, right? Like, I just have to play Warwick. So why is this game any fun? Nobody wants that. Again, if we know our player motivation is novelty and exciting, crazy things to try, and the game says I can only try one thing, I'm going to quit. So that is why B patches to me are ridiculously important. If a player ever feels like there's only one way to play the game, I don't want to play this, we have to fix it. We have to fix it fast. Because in the world today, there are so many games, there are so many things to do, that if a game is bad for longer than like a week, you're just going to go play a different game, a better game. There's many games, Final Fantasy 14, Hearthstone, whatever. Go play something like, There are so many games at the moment that if you're sticking with a game that you're hating, why? Go play something else. But that's why we have to make sure our game is good, so that players want to and get to stick with our game. It's just unacceptable to me in today's times that you just leave a game in a bad state for longer than like 2 weeks. I just don't get it. And if you I say that, let me asterisk this. I call it out with if there are tech limitations or things. One of the things that I think helps with this conversation is if a developer just admits that the game has a problem. I think players have a lot more sympathy, right? I'm gonna make up a fake example. This is not true, but let's pretend Binding of Isaac had this like totally bad balance problem, and for whatever reason they couldn't ship a fix for 2 months. If the developer went on Twitter and said, "We know this is a problem, we're going to fix it," everyone eases up and they're like, "Cool." One of our old Joe Tung, our old VP of League, he had this really cool saying that I still believe is true, which is arm your advocates, right? It's like tell players, here's what's going on, arm your advocates, and then when someone else comes on Reddit and is like, "Oh my god, they still haven't fixed this," what happens is those advocates jump up and they say, "Look, dog, they already told us it's gonna get fixed. Chill out, homebeat," and they start defending you. So that's kind of the philosophy I have. And yeah, everyone's bringing up Yoshi P. I've been kind of looking into him a little bit. It does seem like he is another really good dev that's doing some really good stuff. So yeah, cool. How steep is the climb for ranked? I just hit gold. It feels like a lot more people are scouting other players and are just generally better at observing the game state than me, who just likes playing what the game gives me. I don't think it's that. I think the climb is like, it really just depends on your ability to flex and do different things. I think a lot of our like mid-skill TFT players only understand about a third of the game, and that can really limit what you play and play optimally. Medler and I have been discussing this, and this maybe tips my hand a little too hard here, but we believe the biggest problem with TFT right now is that the difference between optimal play and intuitive play is way too wide. And what I mean by that is like someone who like new to TFT but like kind of gets it and is like, I have a Kog'Maw and I have an Infinity Edge. I should put this Infinity Edge on Kog'Maw. They don't realize how bad they just griefed themselves. They don't realize why that was a bad decision. Why was putting Infinity Edge on Kog'Maw a bad decision? I don't understand. And for those if anyone in the chat doesn't know why that's a bad decision, low base AD means you're not getting much value off the IE, and half your damage is magic, which can't benefit from the IE. IE is a very bad first item to put on Kog'Maw. Many players don't understand that. And so that is an example of where like that difference in knowledge is the hardest thing as you start to climb. So, and that I think is the biggest difference. It's not the scouting, it's not the positioning. It's like those weird little rules and understandings, so cool. TFT is very overwhelming for completely new players since you almost can't play the game until you know what the synergies and units do. Any plans to make TFT more accessible for newer players? Okay, this is a complicated topic. The short answer is yes. We need to make TFT even more accessible. Okay? That is a yes. Part of that is what I just talked about with that intuitive play versus optimal play. Part of it is other things. But here's where the topic gets a little gray. When a normal player hears this, they're like, make it more accessible for new players. They immediately go, tutorials. Let's make lots of tutorials. Or let's make a bunch of in-game help. No, and I can tell you as a game designer who worked at Nintendo, who's done this for the whole life, they don't work. Tutorials don't work because guess what? Nobody wants to jump into a game and go through an hour, 2 hour, 4 hours of tutorials. They want to jump in and play the game. They want to play the game. The game needs to be exciting right away. I was actually the lead on League of Legends when we redid the tutorial, the new tutorial. And it's funny because I still see the Reddit threads where they're like, the new League of Legends new player experience is garbage. It doesn't even tell you how to jungle. And it's like, yeah, no shit. Fun fact, the League of Legends tutorial, we would sit players who have never played League down, ages like 12 to 17. And we'd say, sit down and play League of Legends. What do you think the first thing they did was? First thing, and I'm going to let chat answer this for a second. What do you think the first thing a player did when they sat down to play League of Legends is? I see a few guesses that are very close. Okay, I see a bunch of guesses, but yes, a lot of you that said WASD, you're absolutely right. And what that actually meant was the first thing they did was they pressed heal, because heal was bound to D. They would press WASD, they would press D, they'd burn heal, and awkwardly stand there. Okay? These are the actual problems you have to deal with the tutorial. The entire point of a tutorial is you need to get them to control the game and have fun as quickly as possible. Okay? So everything in the tutorial is about getting you to that fun as quick as possible. And so with like League of Legends, it was like, look, I need to show you how to move. I need to show you how to attack. I need to show you how to right click. I need to show you how to kill a thing. Cool, you killed a thing. Wasn't that neat? Try these 5 champions out. Go kill lots of things. You get it. Killing things is fun. Yay, League of Legends. Woohoo! Hooray! And then from there, a player goes, wow, that was really cool. I want to know more. They will seek out that information. They will talk to their friends. They will look things up. The game doesn't need to be a fucking 300-page dictionary on how to play it. Nobody wants that. Fighting game players don't want that. They say they do, but they don't. They don't. And so TFT needs to have ways for the player to find the fun quickly, which we don't. I'm getting clear. We don't. But it doesn't need to be, this is the items that you use. This is like, no. Definitely not. So, very roundabout way of saying, though, that yes, we still do need to make the new player experience better. Just show them a slot machine. Perfect. All right, I got 20 more minutes of these, and then we'll switch to chat. I feel like the legendaries in the later sets have started to become less cool and more invisible, because most of their playstyle is based on numbers and not cool flashy ultimates. For example, Aurelion Sol flying around the map and Thresh grabbing units from the board were cool and memorable. Do you think those kind of cool, visible legendaries will come back in the future? So, I'm joking when I say this, but I take offense to this question. Does anybody think that a champion who goes around and eats other champions and then spits them out as items and gold is not cool? Really? Or here's one. Does anybody think an assassin that jumps around the map crazily and slowly executes people and jumping around isn't cool? Really? Or Jinx who jumps on her rocket, flies up and really? These are some fucking cool 5 costs, man. So, what I will say is we do need to make legendaries fun. And everything the things he just described, Aurelion Sol and Thresh, are really, really fun. Okay? 5 costs need to be very memorable. We actually think it is the second most important thing of a good set. The first being the set mechanic. But at the same time, it's a little tricky because they can't all be crazy. I was going somewhere with this. I had a good point here. Damn it, brain fart. Yeah, TLDR though is we definitely. Oh, that's where I was going with this. Okay, thank you. Someone said I hate Akali, and that reminded me. Okay, but here's the problem. Okay, we need to make really cool, unique shit. We absolutely do. You know what 60% of competitive players' reaction is to cool shit? This is broken. This is unbalanced. How could they ever implement something like this and think it's okay? Well, because uniqueness is fun. And what's really funny, and this is when you can tell this is when you can tell it like falls apart, right? I want you to look at a champion and go, what does that champion do? A collie jumps around all the map and assassinates targets. Cool. When a player complains and literally just describes what the champion does and goes, that's insane. It's like, yeah, that's called a unique identity. For example, if a player's like, Lee Sin just kicks people off the map, that's so broken. Yup. Thresh just pulls people off the bench and you get extra units, that's broken. Yup. You're just describing the champion. Again, we go back to that point about TFT needs to be novel, and part of that novelty is unique things. And for whatever reason, the competitive, especially some of the competitive players, think anything that is outside the like basic I cast a spell, I auto attack is broken. And so we have to fight that urge. We have to do these crazy unique things, and we frankly have to ignore the complaints of they did a unique thing? That's insane. So that's the challenge. And like I said, I think this set, I'll be honest, I think Jace is the worst legendary as far as like unique and interesting. But I think we have a lot of really good legendaries this set. So. Alright. Is Hyper Roll too strong of an augment in your opinion? Nope. I think Hyper Roll is a good example of where it's funny. We were just talking about this with champions, right? Where anytime something does something unique, it feels weird. Hyper Roll is an example of this, right? Hyper Roll puts you in situations you're not used to. It's like, that guy's level 7 at 3-1. I'm not used to that. That's broken. Like, yeah, well, he also, you know, sacrificed a lot to get there. He didn't roll for anything. He's got no econ. He sacrificed a lot to get there. But you're just not used to it, and you're complaining about it. So is Hyper Roll strong? It can be. I personally think Hyper Roll is a very good top 4 augment. I do not think it's a first place augment. And data-wise, it doesn't look that good. So my overall answer to this is that no, I think it is not too strong. It's a fun, unique augment that creates situations players aren't used to. And when players see a situation they're not used to, some of them have an adverse reaction. I do agree, though. Someone in chat just said it feels odd because of the function and name. I think it has the worst named augment of all time. I think it is the worst named augment of all time. Because guess what you do with Hyper Roll? Never roll once. You level like crazy. It is a terribly named augment. Terrible. Can we rename it to Dawn? No, it has like Hyper Level is a better name for it. Or like, you know, Stimulus Gold or something to just like insinuate that like it gives gold to the poor, but like you're certainly not rolling with it. So in set 5, Kennen's ability was a bit bugged, and even after numerous fixes, it was never 100% fixed. Have you found and fixed the ability, and is there a chance we've ever seen it again? So at some point, we reach a point in the stage's development where we look at it and we're like, well, there's only a month left in the set. I give up. We've got better things to do. Sorry. So did we ever fix it? No. Would we ever bring Kennen back? Maybe. I will say the first set designer that pitches Kennen back in the set as a 2 cost as a reprint, I'm going to go, please no. Please no. But I will say that doesn't mean anything. Because, for example, with set 6, the first time I saw the set 6 pitch, and there was Shaco as a 3 cost, I said, please no. Please no. I don't want to deal with this aggro drop bullshit again. And we shipped it. So, you know, I'm not a dictator. I don't like make all the rules. So that's not how a good leader works. But you know, am I a little salty about it? Yeah, a little. But you know, it is what it is. What's the trait you're the least happy with this set? Any plans to rework the traits before mid-season? So under that exact same scenario, things I'm not happy to see again. You know what I wasn't happy to see again? Protector. You know why? Let's have a history lesson. Protectors. What was the problem with protectors in set 3? Well, if you had a 2-star Xin Zhao and a 2-star Nico, they weren't that good. If you had a 3-star Xin Zhao and a 3-star Nico, they were busted as shit because percent health scales with HP scaling. And so guess what? It was a bunch of 3-star protectors. So what do? We take a 1 cost, a 1 cost, and a 2 cost, and we make more protectors. Pikachu shocked meme here. Like, whoa! Turns out when you reroll them, they're really strong. Couldn't see that coming. So, but I mean, it is what it is, right? And like, the counter to that is like, okay, change it to flat health. That's the obvious answer. And we've gone through this, right? Where it's just like, you know, so hang on one second. My boss is messaging me on Slack. I'm replying to my boss at work. Sorry. Thankfully, it wasn't important. I mean, it was important, but like, no big deal. Okay. So, any plans to rework any traits before mid-season? I would say at this point, any of the trait resets that we're going to do, we'll probably save till the mid-set. I think we're now at the point where anything like big and crazy that would change would be kind of weird. So basically, like, I'm going to pick a random trait here. Academy, okay? What we'd have to look at now for a remake of Academy, and again, I'm literally just picked a random trait, is first off, is it even in the mid set? If the answer is no, it's totally not worth reworking. If the answer is yes, it is reworking, but then the question becomes, why do you rework it when like a patch or two later, it's just going to change a bunch of stuff? You know, and so that's why, like, if we were going to reset stuff, sorry, answering my boss. Sorry. But yeah, so that's the kind of thing. So, all right. Do you think there's a way to push or incentivize players to be more innovative instead of copying from websites? Oh, this is such a good question. This is such a good question. Okay. This question is so much bigger than TFT. This question is like the quintessential game design question for every competitive game in the history of competitive games. If anyone can solve this question, I promise you they're a genius and will make millions and millions of dollars with their genius idea. Because as long as time has existed, as long as any competitive game has existed, this is how it works, right? It's just like, there's only so much innovation to go around. Some players don't want to do innovation. You know, you get punished. Like, there's so many things to break down on this. But like, you know, there are some games, surprisingly, that have done this really well. I'm going to call out Pokemon, actually. Pokemon, I think, is a good example of where, like, there's an established meta and people do pretty well. But occasionally, what you'll see is like a competitive tournament where someone brings out a Pokemon with a moveset that no one was expecting, and they do really well, and they dominate with it. Yeah, someone mentioned, I'm going to mispronounce it, but Paratrisi or Patrici or whatever. Yeah, that one winning Worlds. That's the example I was literally thinking of, where it was like no one was expecting it. It did really well. And so, like, there is definitely room for innovation, but it is also the exception to the rule, right? It's definitely the exception. And this is, like I said, this is so true of every video game. Fighting games. Someone posts a tier list. Guess what happens? Everyone copies the tier list. You know, it is what it is. And so, yeah, the innovation can only come from the top 1%. That's definitely true, right? Because, like, the innovation has to come from somebody competitive. A lot of the time, like, especially, I hate it when streamers do this, but what they do is like, here's how you learn to play the game. Go to LOL chess, look at rank 1, and see what they're playing, and copy that. It's like, no. That might get you short-term success, but that will not teach you how to play the game. But that's also, and that right there, the motivation of what you're trying to accomplish matters, right? Because some players their motivation is like short-term gains, right? If I hit Masters this set, I don't care how I got there. I just want to hit Masters. Other players literally want to learn the ins and outs of the games. It's a longer journey, but the end result is you can do it more consistently. And again, that's every player. And here's the thing. No one's wrong. Everyone wants to play what they want to play. They want to play the way they want to play. If you like copying people and climbing that way, that's okay. No one gets to tell you how to have fun. No one gets to tell you, you know, what's allowed and what's not allowed. And this always comes up, like, the best example of this I can think of recently is like Hearthstone non-ranked. People always go like, I went to non-ranked and I just saw a bunch of meta comps, and it's like, okay, that just means the other player wanted to try those meta comps. That's okay. They get to have fun like that. You don't get to tell other people how to have fun. So TLDR answer to this question is, do I think there's a way to push or incentivize players to be more innovative? Nope. I can keep showing them cool things on my stream and showing them how to be innovative. Bebe's another player who is very innovative, but everyone's going to play the way they want to play. So when are we getting a snowball boom? Yeah, we should. We should make a snowball boom. You know what we should also make? A goddamn Poro Little Legend. My wife won't play the game until we make a Poro Little Legend. She refuses to play the game. She's like, why are Poros in every other Riot game except League of Legends? So I would make a Poro Little Legend with a snowball boom. That's all I'm saying. Poro confirmed? No. You know why Poro not confirmed? I've been asking for a Poro Little Legend for 2 years. We still don't have one. So what I ask for here does not matter. When can we expect to see larger double up lobbies? We kind of already answered this one. The answer would be if we decide to do a full double up launch. This is definitely one of the most requested features. So I'm going to skip this one. I'm having a lot of trouble trying to convince my friends to play TFT. They keep saying it's too much memorization and luck. I hard disagree with this set, which feels super balanced and gives you so much direction. Do you have any ideas how to sell the idea of this game to my friends? I mean, step one would be, play double up with them. But the reality is, and this is the thing to note, and I think it's something a lot of designers really struggle with. Not every game is for every player. Okay? I don't like first-person shooters. They're the biggest genre in the frickin' West. If you go to Twitch right now, I'm sure 5 of the top 10 games at least are shooters. I don't like shooters. You couldn't convince me to really play a shooter. That's okay. Everyone has different tastes. A strategy game, especially in the West, is going to inherently be more niche. I think a good way to ruin a game is to change the core of what it is, trying to hit that broader audience too hard. And so a lot of people are like, my friend really wants... my friends don't want to play this game because there's too much balance and memorization, so you should get rid of the balance and memorization. No, we should keep the game fun for the people who are enjoying it. We should keep the game fun for the people who are enjoying it. And if you don't enjoy it, that's okay. So... okay. Cool. So yeah, that's kind of my take on that. If your friends enjoy it, cool. Definitely have them check it out. But if they don't, that's okay. So. All right. Will there be fan custom TFT set review in the future? I really like the previous ones. Man, this one's painful for me. Because the honest answer is I loved doing these. I love just talking about game design. It's funny, like... yesterday was the Riot Christmas party, and for the most part, I'm pretty quiet. I kind of just sit there and listen a lot. But once you open me up on a topic I'm excited about, I talk a lot. I like to talk about the things I like to talk about. I keep my mouth shut when I'm not an expert. You talk about politics, I got nothing to say. So talking about TFT sets to me was like a lot of fun. I loved doing these. I especially loved the hilarious April Fool's one we did. That was great. Unfortunately, there's this really gross legal implication that can just get really gross, because let's say somebody did one of those really cool custom sets, and by sheer coincidence, nothing else other than sheer coincidence, somebody made a 5-cost Lee Sin that kicks people off the map before we did. Maybe we even already had it in development. Maybe we didn't. And then we ship a 5-cost Lee Sin that kicks people off the map. Well, then there's this awkward, like, did he just steal ideas from this person? What's going on? Same reason that authors don't read fan art. Yep, magic. It's just a really lame, gross situation where it's like you don't want to be accused of doing something you didn't. Make them sign a waiver? Sure, but like for a casual stream, I don't really have the legality to do a bunch of waivers and stuff. That's not really something I've got lying around. I don't have the Mortdog Inc. lawyers ready to write up good waivers. Like, it's just not something I can do on the scale of my stream. But it was fun. Like, I really enjoyed doing them. So the answer is, will they ever come back? No. No, sadly. Sadly, no. Because, again, I love doing them. No. Okay, the next question's a big one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the ad break real quick. We're going to pause here. We'll switch to chat questions. And then I'll come back. When we come back to this, this will be a good one to come back to. So 2-minute break. Be right back. How's my holiday so far? It's good. Good. Tri-Fury, I'll just answer questions in the chat. Chat questions in mod Discord. Oh, I can do that. I can open up Discord. Did I close Discord? Nope, Discord's still open. Discord. Can we ask hard questions? Please, ask hard questions. I'm here to answer any question, hard or easy. I don't want you to think I'm like hiding away from hard questions. How long have I been working at Riot? 5 years. How did I get the gig? A really long interview process. What's my college degree? It's a real-time interactive simulation. So, all right, cool. My boss said he can meet around 1, so I can go till 1. So. What's my skincare routine? I keep telling you don't believe me. My skincare routine is soap. Axe soap. With a loofah, you wash your face. That's it. That's it. That's the skincare routine. Stop lying. See, I know you don't believe me. All right, 30 seconds on ads, then we're good to go. I've got some from the mods in my Discord, which I don't have a good way of getting on screen. But I have a good way to get on screen. Basically, I'm going to jump between mod chat and chat. I'll just go question here, question there, question here, question there for the next hour. So. Okay, so again, we'll go mod, chat, starting with mod. What's the benefit of having specific augment paths, prismatic, silver, prismatic, versus having it just be RNG? So first thing you have to do when you're setting this up is you can't just have it be pure RNG because you want to weight everything a certain way, right? You don't want prismatics in X% of games. It gives you more control over the weighting. So that's step 1. Step 2 was that then the original designer originally thought like, hey, for example, I don't ever want to end on a silver augment. It just feels like a come down. Or I don't ever want to have like, it just go downscale. So like prismatic gold silver. It allows you to have, or I don't want to have triple silver because that's just a boring game. It allows you to have more definition around the experience that a player is having. Now, I think our first batch was too conservative. But that's the main reason to do it, is so that you have control over the player experience, whereas full RNG means it is possible to have some really bad experiences. And so we just want to make sure to have good experiences. All right. Chat question. Give me a chat question. Have you ever considered making a practice simulation mode for players to test comps without having to rely on RNG-based games? We've thought about it. But the problem is, again, we talk about how, remember how I said earlier, that TFT's primary attraction is novelty. And it's like cool experiences. If you can just go into a practice tool and experience all those cool experiences instantaneously, the appeal of the game goes way down. And so, yeah, this question's been answered a lot before, but I'm going to answer it again. As long as I'm here, I will never allow us to ship a practice tool, because it ruins the novelty of the game. It ruins the excitement about the game. And so, never going to happen. All right, back to mod. How would you convince tilted players that TFT is more reliant on skill rather than RNG? Okay, this is a trick question, because how would I convince tilted players? I probably can't, because they're tilted. And usually when you're tilted, you don't listen to logic and reasoning. You're just like mad and angry and tilted, and you just want to be mad and angry and tilted. And no amount of logic could convince you. At that point, you may as well be a flat earther. I can't convince you. Now, taking a step back, how would I convince a normal player that TFT is more reliant on skill? I think that's been proven at this point by a long shot, right? Like the same players at the top of the ladder. The fact that I can literally come on stream and maybe not at challenger level, but at least master level, like close my eyes, let you guys pick augments, randomly assign items, and still do very well. Like if you have enough knowledge, the game is very, very skill-based. It's very obvious to people. The problem is, the other thing that really drives me nuts, this drives me so nuts, and I'm going to call out Soju here a little bit here, is that TFT is a sequence. It's essentially a sequence of 1,000 RNG events, okay? What each shop was, what your drops were, what your items were. It's 1,000 RNG events. And your job as a player is to balance those RNG events. Some are going to be good, some are going to be bad, to essentially get the best outcome possible at the end. No in particular RNG event is necessarily good or bad, right? Like they're good or bad, but none has particularly that much weight, okay? You can have a bad drop, you can have a good drop, things like that. I hate it when streamers call out one event and be like, this game is ruined because of this one event. The worst example of this recently was when Soju, for example, he started off with a bad prismatic augment. He got a bad prismatic augment and was like, this game's dumb. Who balances it? He went on a whole rant about how the game is bad because of that one event. He then proceeded to get many, many other events that were very good in his favor. This was like a 2-star Vex at like 2.5, and like he ended up like basically it was one of the easiest wins of his life. And I know I'm not like calling out Soju as like a bad thing, but my point is you cannot look at TFT any individual event and go bad luck. But that's the thing I think a lot of players struggle with. Oh my god, I got 5 gold instead of 6 gold. Oh my god, I didn't get an item I was looking for. Oh my god, like this one event didn't go my way, but they forgot about the 90 events that did go their way to get there. And that's the weird thing that we've got to like figure out, because again, it's like the skill is taking all the events and balancing them to your best possible outcome. I got an AD item off Dragon on 6-1 when I play an AP comp. Yep, sure, that is a bad event. But again, you're forgetting all the good events that got you to that point. So again, I'm not saying every event has good and bad, but there are so many of them that it averages out to a skilled expression. So, all right, let's see here. Is there any way to balance Yordles to where... Sorry, hang on. Okay. Sorry. Is there any way to balance Yordles to where early game doesn't feel so hard to get through at times, even if that comes at the expense of late game viability of the comp? Unfortunately, no. So again, this is what I've talked about with Yordles. Yordles, it's unfortunate because when we designed Yordles, okay, the first design for Yordles was actually 3-piece reduces their mana cost 20%, 6-piece reduces their mana cost 30%. Okay, it was a very boring, dull trait. And during set development, I, as the director, was like, guys, Yordles are going to be very popular. Players love Yordles. We know this from set 1. We've got to do something better. Shoshin, I'm going to answer that question next. We've got to do something better. And this is where the team came together and we pitched some ideas. I think it was me who first brought up the like generate extra Yordles, but then it was Witty who also made the like Yordle Lord. And like overall, we shifted it into a much more exciting trait to play. And we talked about this earlier with like trait design needing to be fun and exciting. Yordles got there. We got Yordles to be really fun and interesting and novel. Sweet. Here's the problem. We also wanted Yordles to kind of be an easier to play trait. It's not. Yordles is not easy to play. And this is what leads to the divisive nature of how Yordles feel. Because a lot of players want to do things like force Yordles and play Yordles easily. And like, I'm just going to buy all the Yordles and do well. It can't, right? Because Yordles are a revenue generating trait early, they have to be weaker in the early game. You have the bench space game that you have to deal with. There's the complexity around when should you actually play Yordles? Do you have the right augments for it? Do you have the right items for it? Do you have the right carry for it? You need a very clear early tank, otherwise you'll just fall apart early. Yordles is a very hard comp to play, believe it or not. And I know that sounds crazy, but it is. Yordles are hard to play. If you play them well, and I've shown that many times on stream at many different levels, is like you can do well, but if not, it just crashes and burns, and it's so bad. Now, Ramblin asks, do you feel the difficulty of itemizing Veigar is something that can be adjusted? I find him very unappealing to seek out for that reason. Yeah, this has been another one that, like, I don't know that there's a good answer, but basically the question here is, like, you need all your items to get to the point where you get Veigar. Now you finally get Veigar, and he's just an unitemized champion. You want to give him items, but to give him those items, what do you do? You know, and that's definitely a challenge. I don't think there is a great answer. And the funny thing is people are giving suggestions in chat right now, like give him an item remover, something like that. But here's the crazy thing. Veigar in the data looks really, really good, which totally makes sense, right? If you got Yordles to a stable point to where you got Veigar, you're probably strong enough anyway, and you probably did good. We don't actually need to buff Yordles. Because again, when Yordles are great, they're great. That's the scary thing. So, yeah, so overall, I'm just like, I'm happy with where Yordles ended up. I think they're good to play. It's just, they ended up more difficult than I think we were aiming for. So, that's all. Okay, Shoshin, you want to put Shogun? You want to put your question in here? There was a question that was really good here. I want to answer that one. Okay, here we go. Is information around TFT, especially in regards to B patching and hotfixes, too inaccessible? Probably the number one argument that comes to my mind in regards to TFT ever receiving its own client. While I'm personally hyper-engaged TFT player, it can be a bit unreasonable to expect players to regularly check in with your Twitter, or honestly even the TFT Twitter account, for in-game updates rather than being visible to the client. Okay. This is going to call back to something we talked about at the very beginning with Roger, okay? Let's say perfect world, okay? Perfect world. What does the optimal situation look like, okay? My guess is when you first hit play and you go into the lobby, you get a pop-up that says, hey, there's been a patch, okay? And here are all the changes. Hearthstone does a pretty good job of this, right? That's probably the optimal situation, okay? Now, even that design has a little bit of like nuance and trickiness to it though, because let's say you haven't played in 3 weeks. Do you need to see 5 patches? Probably not. You know, how many patches do you only show the last patch? If you haven't played in 3 weeks, do you really need to know that Cho'Gath's health went down 100? So maybe there's a slightly better version of this where it's like, okay, you hit play, you go into TFT, and now there's a glowing button that you can press to check out like changes. Cool. Here's where it gets tricky though, okay? Remember how I told you how we're a global game and we're a worldwide game? In order to do that, we have to localize everything. We have to localize the changes. In order to do that, we need about a week and a half of ramp up time. This means, let's say we magically made this cool button that shows you all the things in the patch notes in the client, right? We would have to lock in any B patch changes 9 days before we ship them if we went this method. Okay? Which means those really responsive Mondays we come in and we're like, oh shit, things are broken, and then we B patch an hour later or like a day later, those couldn't happen. This is the trade-off we've made. The trade-off we've made is that in order to be a global game, we've chosen to respond quicker rather than that. Why not League that links to a website? That's in the client right now. You have that right now. That's not a new thing. You can hit play right now. There's a patch notes button. You can press that. It shows you all the stuff you're talking about. So that's the trade-off we've chosen to make. Now, I agree with you that this is not ideal. And so what I've chosen to do is what I can do within my power, right? The closest thing I can do is like, well, I can't do localization. I can't do all this. What I can do is the second I have this information, I share it to you in the fastest way possible. And what I've found that to be is Twitter. Of all the social medias, Facebook and blah, 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 Instagram, Reddit, Twitter is the one that seems to be the best way I can get the information to you guys as fast as possible. Okay? So, again, while not ideal, I don't see a better alternative. And that's kind of the situation we're in. You know, and again, it's a trade-off. All design is a trade-off, right? Would it be better to have it in client, all localized and everything? Yes. That would mean we'd be slower to respond. Pick your poison. Where is that patch note buttons in the client? When you hit play and you're in the lobby. In fact, here, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you to prove I'm not crazy. But yeah, that's the reason. And again, I know it sucks to have to follow Twitter. I get that. But I don't see a better option here. I just really don't. And the other thing, so here's the other thing too, by the way. This is a general approach to problem solving, is that a lot of people will go like, well, it's not ideal, therefore it's bad. And I just give up. The proper problem solving is, what is the best possible thing I can do with the constraints I have? And the constraints I have are, I can't localize, so I do this. Okay, so I hit Team Fight Tactics, Ranked, I hit Confirm. There's a patch notes button right there. Patch notes. Boom, click it. A window opens up here. Patch notes. Woo! Sweet. Teamfight Tactics patch notes. Boom. And there's the B patch notes. Boom. Again, way too many clicks. Way too many clicks. But not in EUW. Welcome to pain. Yeah, pain. Pain. I didn't even know that wasn't an EUW. I can't even tell you why that's not an EUW. What? That's news to me. Sag. That is news to me. God. Well, I learned something this stream, so there you go. But yeah, TLDR, localization for a global game is a bitch. All right, has there been a few... Okay, there's been a few restrictions on which augments you are allowed to see at 1.4, like Innovator. This is a general issue because within every rarity of augments, there are some more broken ones than others. Why not have an extra layer of tier within the rarities? Like, for example, silver augments tier 1 can only appear at 1.4 with all the same rarities. So this comes back to complexity in design of systems, right? Let's say you take an average new player. Does an average new player really want to understand the difference between like the silver tiers and like the silver tier 1, silver tier 2, silver tier 3? Probably not. You want to keep the system relatively simple. So the default, when you're designing a system like this, the default position should be every augment is available all the time. Maximize your outputs. Okay? That's the default. Obviously, with that though, we've seen that creates balance issues. You know, if you got Innovator Soul at 1.4, your average finish was like 2.1 or something stupid. Like, Innovator Soul was just crazy. So, that's when you start adding the extra rules. Now, again, most players don't even see those rules. They don't even know they exist. Ideally, they wouldn't be there. But the reality is you have to do those for balance's sake. And I don't like those solutions. I think anytime we have to say don't appear at a certain stage, it's awkward, it's not great. But I also don't think we have enough augments to like separate them out into tiers. They should be an exception, not a rule. So you want to keep those as really rare exceptions. So that's kind of the big thing here. For example, one of the new augments in 6.5 we're testing. It's a really crazy one that JBot came up with, but it's really only fun at 3.3 and 4.6. So that's another example where like we're probably just not going to offer it to you at 1.4 because it's awful at 1.4. Is it awful at 1.4? Yeah, it's really awful at 1.4. So like in this case, it'd be balancing it to make sure you don't like punish yourself. So yeah. All right, what is an ideal skill set a candidate for TFT job would have, either game design or engineering? Interestingly enough, the ideal skill set is... Man, this is a tricky question. Because there is no ideal skill set. Everyone brings something different to the table. And so, like, if I tried to describe an ideal candidate, I think you might miss out on other potential things that happen. And this is something I've learned over time at Riot, is like, I don't need a team of 10 me's, right? Like, that's not going to make a good game. There'll be a bunch of hard working and it'll be balanced and it won't be fun, but it'll be something. I don't need 10 me's. Everyone has a different skill set, and that's important. So I think the thing that matters is that as long as you bring that unique skill set, and the one thing that's universal is professionalism and respect and humility. Because there's nothing worse than someone coming in and acting like they know everything, or acting like, you know, or treating people poorly, or just being like, I know you've been on TFT all this time and worked in the industry for 17 years, but I totally have this better idea and I know it's better and I'm going to prove it's like, bro, stop. So as long as you bring in that and then have your own unique skill set, which could be many things. I'll call out, for example, like one of our tech designers, Chloe, is really, really just generally helpful to everybody, has really good technical expertise and solves a lot of our more complicated tech design problems, and has really good empathy towards a lot of our lower skill play base. And, you know, brings about certain player fantasies that aren't thought of. For example, Chloe really likes the Enchanter fantasy. And that's great. Like, a lot of people will go to Chloe and be like, hey, I want to make this type of comp. Is this fun for you? You know, that's good. We need that skill set on the team. And that's just one example, right? Linda has her own skill set. Witty has his own skill set. So, yeah, like I said, and getting that wide variety of skill sets is important. So, yeah, Kent is, I mean, Kent is the closest example to a hire someone that's like me, with obviously his own differences and strengths that are even better. But I don't need a team of 10 Kents as awesome as Kent is, you know? So. All right, chat, question. We're still in chat mode for the next 39 minutes. Do you think player inexperience or lack of educating themselves on all the ins and outs of the game holds back development, such as people claiming comps OP when numbers say otherwise, or just not understanding the fundamentals? I mean, yes, for sure. The thing to remember is, if you look at the player base, and I'm going to make up a number, this is not a real number at all. I'm going to way lower the number because it'll just show you how unrealistic this is. Let's say there were only 1,000 TFT players, okay? Of those 1,000 TFT players, only 10 are Challenger. 990 are not Challenger, okay? 910 of them aren't even Master. So there is a large majority of the game that don't necessarily understand the game. But that doesn't mean they don't get to have opinions. That doesn't mean they don't get to, you know, talk about the game. But like when you go to a site like Reddit, that's kind of what you're listening to. It's like, and I hate to use the comparison, but like, basically, I'm trying to say this in a non-political way, but basically, Soju's don't talk if you don't know kind of is true in this case, right? It's like, there's a lot of misinformation out there about the game. One of the worst ones lately that drives me nuts is every time I see on Reddit, like, Yordles are unplayable. I'm just like, no, I've shown it. Like, people, like, no, they're not unplayable, but there's no convincing them, right? Like, that's just their opinion. They've made up their mind. They're spreading misinformation. It is what it is. So, but unfortunately, you can't get people to stop spreading that misinformation. Should Rabadon and Deathblade reworked to give percent amplification, since I feel that almost all synergy give flat stats, which make these items less valuable while costing 2BF2 rod. Okay, so you may not remember this, but back in the day, Rabadon's death cap was percent AP. Rabadon's death cap was 75% more AP. Here's the drawback of that. Here's what happened. Well, it turns out when you had 2 death caps and 6 sorcerer, it was really, really good. When you didn't have 2 death caps and 6 sorcerer, it was very, very bad. Percent, and this is again, this is going to come up a billion times, right? It's like the difference between percent and flat. Percent can get out of control, but is definitely exciting. Flat is neutral by default, but doesn't scale as well. And so this is the problem. Now, someone in chat just said, make it unique. That doesn't really solve the problem, right? Because what that means is a death cap on a sorcerer slash, why am I blanking? Arcanist is good, and a death cap not on them is bad, right? It just becomes much simpler like that. Now, yes, I know the opposite is true, but it's not as true as people make it out to be. And this is where this is the thing I don't like about our item system, is because right now you're incentivized to get AP, crit, and percent damage amp. Your ideal job is to get all 3. And again, that goes back to that intuitive play versus optimal play. Putting a death cap on an Arcanist should feel good. I don't think percent is the solution, but I agree with the problem statement that, like, why does putting death cap on an Arcanist feel bad? That sucks. Agree completely. So, how would you rework this item system if you could? That's a question I'm gonna have to leave for another day, because remember how I said one of our goals for 2022 is to make the game more approachable? This is where we're starting to have some of these really in-depth conversations of, like, some of our core systems that have been around for 2 years. Are they actually the right thing? So, for example, these are just fake examples here. It's like, is our pathfinding correct? Is our target decisioning correct? Should it be random? Should it be not? Should it be decision making? Is the carousel correct? Should the carousel exist? Should it not? Are the items correct? Should it exist? Should it be changed? What's going on, right? Like, we're starting to really take some of these sacred cows and reevaluate them. And so that's kind of where we're at. All right. I think a Discord question. With the rank demotion barrier, I have seen quite a bit of win trading in lobbies, or people hit a rank and don't care anymore and win trade for someone else. Is there any way to fix this issue? Interesting. I haven't seen win trading. Is that really a thing that's been going on? I haven't seen much win trading. There is? Okay. Well, wait. Because, I mean, we're talking about 2 different things, though, right? Win trading at Challenger, that's a different thing, because that has nothing to do with the demotion. People going, okay, I hit Master, now I go in the next lobby and, like, lose for you? That doesn't seem real. That just seems so unlikely. That seems really unlikely. So, like, again, because people are comparing Milk and Soju. That's not real win trading, right? Like, they're the top of the ladder, they're playing together, whatever. But the question was specifically about reaching a non-demotion point, master 0 LP, and then losing someone. Someone did it to me to help get diamond. There's nothing really to stop that, and to be frank, I don't even think that's a problem. If you're at plat 1 and someone's in the lobby, you're like, oh, I'm 1 game off demotion, and someone went, okay, I'm gonna play worse so that you can get diamond 4. Grats, you got a bad opponent. Like, I don't know. I don't really think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem worth solving. I FF'd to get second to give someone first. Yeah, I just, at that scale, I don't think that's a problem. I really don't. I don't think that's even worth solving. So, is it weird? Yeah. Is it worth solving? No. Cool. Share the well. I don't know. I don't see that as problematic. Okay, not a question, but interested in your opinion. About the players should try their own comps, I wanted for some time to try Stand Behind Bodyguards plus Yone Ginsu Academy with Enchanters. It was great on paper. Had a perfect game with that. Try it, sucked hard, and got crushed. It's what happens most often. Trying to figure out original things is much harder, but I found it to be not rewarding at all. So, that's an interesting point. What I'll say there, though, is like, even in theory, though, it's like, I think a lot of players would look at what you wrote on paper there as like, would this actually work? And immediately kind of go, no, right? You're like, you're trying to do too many things at once. One of the things about TFT when you're brainstorming and trying to innovate is like, step 1 is to actually like think through what does the champion need? Because like at its core, I think Socks described this best, right? It's like, you need a tank and you need a damage dealer at its core. And then the question is, how do that tank and damage dealer succeed? Right? And so, like, for example, 6 Challenger Yone succeeds not just because it's 6 Challenger Yone, but because it has Braum and Leona in the comp, so that Braum can give the CC so that Yone has time to do the damage, right? And like, Braum was very important to the 6 Challenger success, and a lot of players didn't realize that, and that's why a lot of 6 Challenger Yones would crash and burn. And it's like, those are the kind of things, those extra steps that you have to do in the innovation step. It's not, and like thinking through that stuff. 8 Challenger was better. I mean, sure, but it was 8 Challenger with Challenger Spat on Braum. So, you still ran Braum in that comp if you could. So, and I agree that like, sometimes innovating just crashes and burns. But there is a step where you can do it beforehand where it's like, does this really have a chance at success? But so, like, it's part of the innovation process. Now, to your point about is it rewarding, that's the scary part, right? Because when it is rewarding, it's really rewarding, especially if you're like a low visibility person. Like, let's say you discovered a really good comp. Like, I've seen one that's going around lately is Sniper Zyra. Sniper Zyra is apparently a very good comp if you can get it going. If you discover that and no one knows about it, you've got a climbing tool for a while, but it'll spread pretty quick because it's the internet. So, you know. Whew. All right, what's next? At the beginning of the set, he said Poppy was a test for champions damage not scaling with the standard damage items. Does Mort consider the test successful? Will we see more carries not scale with the usual item? I think, you know, it's funny. This is a really weird one because I think Poppy was successful, but not memorable, if that makes sense. Like, no one's made an 8 bodyguard Poppy carry. And the fact that that is the case, you can look at that and go, that's a failure. Like, if 8 bodyguard Poppy isn't fun, what was the point? May as well just been flat damage. But I think it has shown that armor scaling can be very fun. Spazzy did it in that video, was awesome. Great. Okay. If somebody did it and it worked, great. That's what I'm saying. I think it shows the potential. The trick is there aren't that many stats to scale off of. For example, you can't really scale off attack speed as a stat. Like, what? It's already a damage thing, huh? You can't really scale off crit as a stat. So it's basically like HP, armor, MR. What else you got? You know? And I think those work. but like kind of need more than that, right? So dodge chance scaling. Oh god. Mana, we've done mana scaling before. We've done that with items. So, yeah. What about inverse scaling? Oh god. But anyway, TLDR, I do think it was a success, and I do think an armor scaling champion could definitely come back, for sure. Alright, what's next? Are we ever likely to see the addition of a new component item? Nope. Not a chance in hell. And the reason for that, to be clear, is again, I think right now the item system is the most complicated part of TFT. I think it is the hardest thing for new players to get into. I think the shadow item system proved that making that complicated system even more complicated was a really bad idea. And so taking the existing item system and increasing the permutations by another axis, that's going to be a no from me. There's just no way. And I'll also say that, like, even with the items we have right now, I don't think they're distinct enough, right? Like, again, we go back to the Jeweled Gauntlet Death Cap example. And so it's like, do we really think we can make 9 more distinct items? Probably not. They're all going to kind of do similar things at that point. So, I don't know. My vote there would be no. So, again, appreciate the subs, guys. Focusing on questions. But I do appreciate the subs for those subbing. Alright, back to Discord. Let's see here. Hey, Mort, for the first 3 PvE rounds, I was wondering whether they could be simulated at 2x speed or something like Hyper Roll, as it could speed up the game without changing the outcome. Yeah, so this is another example where it's like a sacred cow, right? We've always started with 3 PvE rounds. Should it be 3 PvE rounds? No. Now, the idea of simulating at 2x speed? No. Because players play the game for the first time, and the last thing they need is for the first 3 stages of their first experience to go at 2x speed. It also gives you time to kind of like think and ramp up about your decision. But, for example, would I cut the first PvE round if I could? Yeah, probably. Probably, because it's not adding a ton. Now, I will say, watching Soju die to Dragon, that's adding a ton of great comedic value. But these are the kind of things that I think are worth questioning. So, okay, next question. Chat, what do we got here? Have you ever considered stuff that is interactive on the board during a fight? A silly idea could be a Zanya's active that you could activate on your carry, but in a general sense. Yeah, so we have talked about this. We've talked about, like, the simplest version of this is, like, imagine you had a summoner spell, and you could use the summoner spell at some point in combat. Your idea of an interactable could also work, things like that. But the one thing that keeps stopping me from going down that road is, like, it is an auto battler, but not just that. It's like, I don't think dexterity should ever be a thing we're testing. I think it's part of the fun at the highest level is, like, I build a team, I set the team loose, and I watch the results. And I think that core is very important, and I don't think we want to muddy that line between building the army and letting it go. I think if you let the army go and then you could interrupt with it, it gets weird. I'm not saying it couldn't work. Like, there's probably a game where that does work. I'm just not sure it's for us. So, BiasF, appreciate the bits. Thank you. Dexterity is needed when rerolling and stuff? It's not. I mean, I'm a boomer. You guys have watched me. I'm slow as hell. I'm also Grandmaster. You don't need dexterity. Is it advantageous? Sure. But would you guys ever replace the first carousel with an armory? I think the later carousel serve the purpose of the catch-up mechanic, but the first carousel just feels like a free-for-all. Yeah, that's it. So what you just described, I don't know if an armory is the best solution, but I think Ace was actually the original proponent of how much he hated the first carousel. And to be honest, I kind of agree. I think the first carousel is weird. It anchors you in a weird way. It, like, oh, I got a sword start X. Like, it just, I personally don't like the first carousel, but that, again, that goes under the bucket of things that we need to reevaluate. Like, those sacred cows that have been in the game for 2 years, are they actually correct or not? That's the real question. So, sure, we're not close to an ad break. Okay, that's, yeah. Like I said, it's just first carousel. Ugh, yeah. All right, Discord question. you ever have any plans on reworking Sunfire? It has been a super controversial item with how strong it has been. Right now it feels okay when there's 2 or 3 units, but late game only applies on like 2 units before the fight is over. In a wider sense, how do you feel on balance on items that are early versus late game? I think Sunfire is an amazing item right now. I am actually very happy with the design of Sunfire. Sunfire is, like you said, it's strong early. It falls off late. That's the thing you get to decide, though. I think that's good. I think Shiv is another example that's been like good early, bad late. I think a lot of players don't value early game items. A lot of less experienced players, and this is part of the communication of TFT, they look at an end game state, they see what took first place, and they're like, I need to build that. And I think this is why a lot of players have that 1st or 8th play style, is they're unwilling to slam some of those items like that. Now, someone says, why is Morello's good early and good late? I think Morello's is different in the sense that it requires a specific activator. Morello champions with Morello's are good early and late. Sunfire does not require a specific activator. You can put that on literally anybody. Put that on an assassin if you want to burn the backline. Put that on a frontliner if you want to burn the front line. And I think that is the thing that balances it. So that to me is why that's different. Whew. All right, what's next? Given how successful this set has been, what is the one thing about this set that you would remove or change with hindsight being 2020? Oh, man. This is going to be a controversial statement. Because, and again, this is why I don't make TFT by myself, right? We need lots of opinions. And I love the fact I have more creative people on the team than I. But as the guy who has to hear all the player complaints and balance the game, I despise Colossus. I despise them. Their existence bothers me. They're like getting players to appreciate them to be strong. They have to be balanced to be strong to be worth the 2 slots. But when they are strong, they're the most frustrating thing on the goddamn planet. And it's just like, and then, and of course, why did we made a Colossus that can scale up to 11,000 HP or higher? Like, oh. And so, infinite time, resources, and control, I'd probably destroy Colossus. But this is, again, why I don't lead like this and why it's not good practice. Colossus are fun. The players who are enjoying Colossus are having a blast. You know how many times I get tweeted, oh my god, look at my giant Cho'Gath I made? Isn't this so cool? Those are memorable moments. That goes back to our novelty point. Novelty is important. And so it is important to have these things. And so yes, while I might be frustrated as the balance guy, it's probably not the right call to get rid of them. But yeah. I think Clapio's another one. And by the way, I'm going to rant for a split second. If you go back to the 1124 Reddit thread, okay? This was when we first nerfed Clapio. I got roasted by a few players on that thread. Just roasted about how I was nerfing Clapio because of my ego. And Clapio is dead, and I'm a terrible designer, and I hate fun. And this guy was just roasting me. And I'm like, but I just played it on PB and it was good. And they're like, yeah, but that's just PB and it's terrible and you're terrible. And like they were just roasting me hard. Well, fast forward, guess what's still good and needed another nerf and is still good after the other nerf. And man, and the thing is, there's no accountability in those threads. That guy gets to keep roasting me on the next topic. But man, does it suck to get roasted like that. Anyway, that's my rant. All right, chat question. What do we got here? Are Colossus considered to be OP? No, I don't think they're OP. They're just really strong when they're really strong, you know? So, like, my belief right now, if you look at the meta right now, the best endgame comp is always Galio, Scion, 3 Socialite, 5 cost carry. That is what I believe is the best comp in the game right now. It can be Kaisa, it can be Akali, it can be Jinx, it can be whatever, but that is the best comp in the game right now. Now, a lot of Lobby 2 and Challenger players will go, good, it's a bunch of 4 and 5 costs, it should be good, and they're right. but like a little too good. So, you know. All right, Discord. Game design question. Are you happy with the mana lockout, mana generation system? Is the distinction between high-low mana cost champions working out the way you want? Oh god, should I tell you guys about this bug? Oh, should I tell you about this bug? Did we fix this bug for 12.1? I don't think we did. Oh, okay, I'm fine. I'm gonna tell you. Wait, Ramblin's saying no, I shouldn't. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. If Ramblin's saying no, I'm not gonna do it. TLDR, though, I'm not happy with the mana generation lockout system right now. It needs to be very clear what a mana lockout is and what it does. And right now, it's not clear. So, yeah. It's not even that big of a bug, but it is a bad bug. But that's the funny thing about this game, too. Half the time, there are bugs in this game that people don't even realize exist. Do you remember how long it took us to find the Star Guardian bug until 2 posted that video? So, it's not very abusable, so you can probably share it. Yeah, it's not abusable. Okay, fine. Fine. Here's the bug. Remember how long it took us to find the Yone bug? Yeah, exactly. Okay, fine. Here's the bug. You ready for the bug? So, the way Mana Lock is supposed to work, let's use Urgot as an example, okay? He casts a spell, and during the duration of his spell, he is Mana Locked, and then when he is done casting a spell, he is unmana locked, okay? Now, back when Star Guardian was a thing, this was a problem because what would happen is your Star Guardian allies would cast and give you a bunch of mana, but you were mana locked, so you just would like miss out on the mana. That feels bad, right? Like losing all your Star Guardian mana felt like shit. So Jbok correctly implemented a buffer system where that mana would be stored, and as soon as your mana lock finished, you would get all that mana back. So cool, you didn't miss out on your Star Guardian mana. Good times. Well, that didn't get cleaned up properly. And on live right now, when you are mana locked, you can still gain mana, and it is still generated to you later. So like a good example of this is, let's say Urgot was in a 6 Scholar comp, okay? Pretty exaggeration, but Urgot in a 6 Scholar comp. He casts a spell, starts shooting, and then when he comes out of that spell, he's generated 60 mana from 6 Scholar, and he goes right back to casting a spell. That should not be the case. Mana lock should literally lock your mana. That was a thing we did just for Star Guardian, not for everything else. This is not intended. So we need to fix that bug. But if we do fix that bug, that is a massive nerf to a lot of things in the game. So we've got to fix that. So that's one of our challenges for, I think, 12.2. But yeah. And again, it's not intended. It happens with every champion in the game. It's every champion in the game. But not intended. What would it nerf the most? Scholar. 6 Scholar. It'd probably be a nerf to anyone who has a long channel time. Yone gets a nerf from this. Urgot gets a nerf from this. Jhin gets a nerf from this. Socialite Jhin, probably another big one that gets nerfed. Yeah, it just basically nerfs anything playing 2 Socialite. So, all right, chat question. What's the next chat question? Have you guys considered Twitch integration for viewers to check traits? I mean, yes, I want it desperately. It's one of those like wish list things that like would be really freaking sweet. Now, here's a dirty one for you, and I'm actually curious on chat's opinion on this. You know how the League of Legends Twitch one works, where you can like basically look at the score screen? You know how that one works, right? Where you can like see everyone's kills and CS and items on Twitch, right? What if we did that for TFT? Okay, where like at any point in the lobby you could press a button and see what all 8 players are playing. But here's the catch, and here's why I'm like kind of opposed to it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Is I would never put that in the game. Okay? But if I do that and it's on the Twitch thing, then it might be optimal to open your own stream and like use that on your own Twitch stream. So like, because I think for the viewer experience, that's sick. maybe a tourney feature only, yeah. Like, I think that's really cool, but I'd never want to put that in the game, and that's the problem. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. So, all right. I think you've previously commented on before, the desire to have a system that helps those situations where you can roll 100 plus gold and never find the unit you needed, especially if it's something like a single 3 cost and it leaves you feeling awesome. Are you able to share any updates on anything like this being developed or any thoughts you have on it? So here's what I'll say. Let's pretend for a minute I believed we needed to implement a system like this, okay? A system that like prevented the worst case scenarios, okay? And I'm going to make up a fake rule here. This is not a real thing, but let's say we made a rule that says if you rolled 50 times and hadn't seen a 1 cost by that point in the game, it guarantees it shows up, okay? Let's say we did that. Should we tell you we did that? Because it's one of those things that's like, it's a really secret, unwritten rule that you'd never know if it was there or not. But it just like creates weird mechanical like, we just shouldn't tell. Even if we did, we shouldn't tell you. And that's the weird thing about a system like that. It's like, we don't want people tracking how many times they saw a 1 cost or not. That's just so weird. It's just not something we'd be wanting them to think about. So if we ever decided to implement this kind of thing, I'm not sure that we would ever tell you. Because, yeah, for all you know, it could be live right now and you wouldn't even know it. And that's the whole point, is if it was well designed, you shouldn't know it exists. And that's this crazy thing, is I think some of our worst systems right now, like Tome of Traits right now, is a system I think needs completely redesigned, because everyone knows there's like these hidden bullshit rules and they're trying to play around it. But a good system here, you would never know exists. So, all right, chat, give me a question. What do you think about adding another? Oh, I already answered that one. Adding another component. Nope. Let's see here. Can we hear something about Silco on how a lore-based champion might be presented when we can only guess at what its mechanics would be? So here's what I'll tell you about Silco so far. So we've started development on Silco, and it has definitely put us in a tricky position because for the first time, you don't have anything to work off of, right? Like, he doesn't have a skill set. You have what you see in the show, you know? And the other thing is, I think everyone correctly is looking at this going, it's Silco, it's so cool, it's unique, it's got to be special, right? It can't be like, and again, this isn't the case, but imagine if we brought in Silco and he was a 1 cost. Like, really? Would anyone be okay with that? Really? Really? There's just no way. So, the challenging thing about Silco has been really making sure that he's worth the effort. So, that's what I can tell you about Silco. Let's see here. Are you guys planning to give better rewards to players who reach diamond or higher? I feel like I grind so much and I'm not rewarded all the time for I put in. This is such a weird question to me, okay? Because I don't know how else to express this, but it's like, players say they want rewards for hitting a high rank. But like, you get a reward, you get the emote. They want more, but what more do you, like, the tricky part is, let's say you put any monetary value behind the reward. Like someone said, give 1 egg. It's silly, but as soon as you put 1 egg behind there, boosting becomes a major thing. It's like, I can literally profit by reaching a certain rank and I start selling it. It's stupid, but that players will do that. Or then you get the things like the challenger jacket. Like, that's just not practical. Sorry. Yeah, didn't people start selling challenger jackets? Yup. Because whenever there's a thing, grifters will do a thing. The other thing is, like, the reward should be like reaching the rank. Like, that is the reward. Now, all that being said, I still believe there's more we could do. But the trick is making sure that it is not something that competes with our primary monetization aspects. So, for example, Heroes of the Storm was the worst at this. They had this reward, I forget exactly, but it was like if you played 500 games with a character, you got like a golden skin with that character. And what happened was you would earn that skin, and it was like a sign of prestige and awesomeness. Why would you ever buy any of their other skins? Like, what? Why would you buy those? Like, you just literally ruined your monetization reward. And that's stupid. That's just bad from business. So, for example, that's why we can't give you a Challenger Arena or Challenger Little Legend, right? Because that's how we make money. No Challenger would ever buy this again. And again, we have to make money to stay in business. But that doesn't mean there isn't an answer, right? For example, I know it's funny, I still have the Pride Rainbow Trail on my Little Legend because I have that Pride emote on, or Pride icon. And everyone's like, I don't even understand. How did you get that? That's maybe a possible example of like getting the trail. Maybe there's a Challenger trail, or we're not really using the loading screen much in TFT. Maybe there's a better Challenger thing on the... There's answers, right? So my answer is, should we reward you more? Yeah, maybe. But I do think you have to keep your expectations in check. It's not going to be like this grand thing. We're not going to mail you individual trophies. That's just not how it's going to work, you know? And to everyone saying NFT, all I'm going to say about NFT is I really enjoyed South Park's portrayal of NFT in their latest special. That's what I'll say. All right, 7 more minutes. Chat, give me a question. Let's see here. The biggest problem with Clapio is that it can actually cast 2 or 3... That's not a question. Oh, how would you adjust Clapio to be more damage focused while not nerfing Tank, Galio, and his... Wait. How would you adjust Clapio to be more damage focused? Why would we want him more damage focused? I don't want Galio more damage focused. Galio is supposed to be an exciting frontline tank. I don't want Galio doing more damage. No. I don't want Galio doing more damage. I want him doing less damage. I hate Galio doing damage. All right. Let's see here. Hey Mort, been loving Double Up. What Double Up issues have you and the team faced, and what changes you looking to make for bringing it back? We've kind of already answered that one. Definitely check it out on the VOD. TLDR though, definitely some issues around ranked lobbies, things like that. Can we see something like set 4 Azir again? Yeah. Set 4 Azir. So if you remember this from the learnings article, there was a good description of 5 costs. And that description was, we need to have like 5 exciting carries and 3 good utility champions. Azir was one of, if not the best utility champion 5 costs we've ever made. I love that champion from a utility 5 cost perspective. It was just like, feels good. You get the target dummies. It's awesome. You love to see it. Good stuff. We need more champs like that for sure. But I have to make that distinction very clear. He's not like one of the premier carries. He's not the exciting 5 cost. And so we just need to make sure we have both there. So, all right, I want to answer this one, and then we'll probably take our break. Okay. You mentioned placing IE on Cog would be a poor choice because he has low base AD, but casual players might not know this because there's no explicit indicators. Would a possible fix be placing eye-catching tags with relative context? Yes, that is one possible solution to this, is like recommended items and item tagging system, things like that. But there's always a fine line, right? Because like, it's interesting. The League of Legends item system, for example, is a very complicated, and I'm specifically talking about League of Legends, not TFT. The League of Legends item system is a very complicated system that has a lot of depth to it and a lot of debates. Like people were arguing Morello versus the magic penetration. Like there's just a lot of interesting nuance to that item system. But for most of the players, you know what they do? They hit buy recommended, you know, and it like has kind of eliminated a lot of that nuance. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like a lot of players don't want that puzzle. They just want like, They want to play their champion and have fun and get like 80% of the value out of it. And that's the kind of decision like we might have to make for TFT, is like maybe players need that sort of like hand holding into basics, but it won't get them the full way there, right? And like the way you get skilled is you really learn like, even though it says to put Ginsu's on Cog, actually it's better to put Giant Slayer on Cog, you know, and like that's the kind of thing that might, you know, make a difference. So, all right, cool. I'm gonna take a 2-minute ad break real quick, and then we'll jump back to the pre-submitted questions. So. Also, I need a new drink, so I will be right back. This chair's sick, by the way. The sick chair. Chair's sick. All right, 16 seconds. I must be smiling too much lately because my cheeks hurt like crazy. Does Riot Games drug test? I've never taken a drug test at Riot Games, but also never been worried about one, so I don't know. Okay, we're gonna go back to some of the pre-submitted questions. I still have a lot of these. What are the chances of augments being an evergreen mechanic for future sets? Reception of them seems overwhelmingly positive. However, I imagine they take up a lot of mental space for new players, not leaving much room for other mechanics. What are your and the team's thoughts on this? Okay, so we get this question every time there's a good mechanic. We got this question with Galaxies, we got this question with Chosen, and we got this question with Augments. Okay, now I'm not at liberty to tell you what's going to happen with our next set. Can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the possible scenarios, right? So the answer is we either are keeping them or we're not. Okay, but as I just told you, one of the things that's important about TFT and auto battlers is novelty. Novelty is important. So the question is, even if Augments is truly the greatest system in the world, if we keep it, does the novelty of them start to wear off and go away? If the answer to that question is no, cool, fine. If the answer to that question is yes, does that mean we also need to make another mechanic on top of that? If so, does that just mean we're making extra work for ourselves and increasing the complexity of the game? And so, like, these are the kinds of discussions that we're having because it's a tough question. What I will tell you is we've actually already made the decision. We have made the decision on what Set 7's mechanic will be. So, I think you can look forward to that when we announce that. But, again, it's definitely got some risks either way. Because if we don't do it, how are we going to top this, right? Like, that's going to be really hard to top. I think if you look at Augments, the system is basically every mechanic possible kind of combined into one, which is really cool. How do you top that? But if you do keep it, how do you keep the novelty? So that's the trick. So again, look forward to that discussion. Like, yeah, I have to be really careful here because I don't want to spoil or lean one way or the other. But we have made this decision. So, is it possible to get stats for our game's general play in the client like we do for League and third-party sites? Is it possible? Yes. It's just one of those things that's on the back burner. But like, if you remember, League of Legends actually implemented a stats tab into it. And when do you think the last time somebody clicked on that stats tab was? Like, it just wasn't something that was super high desirable, at least the way League did it. So it'd have to be really worth the value. So what I will say though is like their year in review stuff was really cool, but the stats, So since we as a community don't really know the entire TFT team as well as you do, and I want more behind the scenes people to get praise, what is one positive contribution to TFT that each person on the team has contributed? This can be anything cool, from a cool feature to how their attitude, work ethic, behavior helps others. That each person on the team, there's no way I could list everybody. I'm about to say Rogers. I can't do everybody. There's just no way. Chat, name a discipline, and I'll pick somebody. Art. Okay. This is where I'm gonna be bad. So I'm guilty of this. Oh god. This is embarrassing. No, actually that's not true. That's actually easy. So Sebastian is the new art director on TFT. Not new, but like he's been on the team for a while, but he's doing the art director role. And his willingness to go around and work with everybody and make things happen, the way he's been coordinating with Fight for the Golden Spatula, but also his work to help make Silco a reality. Because the reality is the Silco project is mostly an art-driven project because they have to make Silco. And the fact that Sebastian took that on and was like, let's do this, we're going to make this happen, coordinated with everybody to make that happen, that's been a huge blessing. So Sebastian gets a call out. For engineering, and sorry, I'm going to pick on leads because those are the people I interact with the most. But no, actually, no, I'm not. On engineering, I'm going to give it to Nancy. So right now, TFT on the gameplay engineer side has been very, very light. We have not had many gameplay engineers. And so a lot of work gets shoveled at the few we have. And Nancy has had the unfortunate displeasure of like having to deal with some of our toughest challenges. This is things like the pathfinding bug, the targeting bugs, things like that. But they've handled it in really good stride and solved a lot of these problems. So big props to Nancy there. Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot to name here. QA, I mean, okay, QA is easy for me, although this is a bit of a sad story. Sherelle was on our team until literally like a month ago. Sherelle was like the best because anytime we'd have an issue, I would report to him an issue, like a player would come to me and be like, there's this bug. I'd go to him and be like, yo, there's this bug, we got to get this fixed. He'd help make sure B patches happen. He understood the importance of like all the things that could happen. So Sherelle was really, really good to work with. I actually spent most of the Christmas party yesterday hanging out with Sherelle. Really good guy. He actually just moved over to the League team to be a manager of the GAT team. So he's not on TFT anymore, but man, Sherelle was good. So, all right. Question, is there any chance we see the stimulus package make a return? GAT, I forget what GAT stands for, but basically they're the guys who play a game analysis team. That's what it is. They're the guys they're the high skill League of Legends players who play and help test like champions and stuff like that. Is there any chance we see the stimulus package make a return? Is there a chance? Yes. Is it likely? No. And here's why. I think with the stimulus package in 5.5, loss streaking was too good. Way too good. And we've already seen it in this set, where not only is loss streaking good without it, it's like really good. Like during the Katarina meta, we're seeing mercs get away with it, things like that. Stimmy was broken. And controversial thing I'm going to say here is that Milk, I think, overperformed at Worlds due to Stimmy. Like, Stimmy was shifting a lot of the game variance, a lot. I don't think it was good for the game without some pretty big adjustments. But the positive thing to the Stimmy that I would consider bringing it back for, though, is like that moment, that resurgence of like come back, that felt really good. So I do wonder if the answer is like Stimmy should come back, but the variance shouldn't be as wild. You know, if everyone knew, like, I'm going to oversimplify this for a second, but imagine if Stimmy came back and it was literally just when you drop below 40 health, you get 10 gold. Okay. It wouldn't just be that, but I'm oversimplifying for the point of this example. That might be okay. That might be fine. But I think those few games where it was 30 gold or it was like 4 items or something like that, it was just too much. And yeah, to someone's point though, it wouldn't be fun. Right, and that's why I'm oversimplifying to 10 gold. It probably wouldn't be 10 gold, but we might just need to rein in the variance if we were going to bring it back. So anyway, why is Hyperroll now limited to 2 players in a pre-made lobby? Ugh. You know why? Because cheaters. That's why. Everything... You know how... I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this. There's 2 types of people in the world. The people that want to do things legit, and the people who don't. And the people who don't ruin it for the people who do. And this is true of things like buying a graphics card or buying a console, because gumbags make that hard. This is also true of playing with your friends, because some people want to play with your friends in ranked, and other people want to cheat and climb the ladder. And unfortunately, the cheaters create systems, the need for systems that block the legitimate people. And this is true of all times. It's funny. I'm going to actually bring up an example. When I was working at Nintendo, there was a game area, okay? And at lunch, me and a few other people would play Smash Brothers. And it was fine. We were quiet. We played Smash Brothers. And then what happened was there was a group of people that decided they were going to play Rock Band at 4 in the afternoon while everyone was working. And then we got a rule saying no more games in the game area. And it was like, what? Why did the quiet Smash Brothers players get ruined because these guys decided to play Rock Band? And it's because, well, when people make rules, they don't want to single anyone out. And it's unfortunate because what I would love for this to be is like, people can play as a team, but if you start cheating, we'll ban your account. But then that comes with the practicality of actually trying to track down the bans, and then people act like they didn't ban. And yeah, a really good example of this actually is the double up thing that just happened. If you didn't see, we tweeted out that like we're doing this double up tournament, and it was the top person from each ladder in each region. But if we catch you cheating, you aren't going to get the invite. We're not going to ban your account. We're not going to action you, but you're not going to get the invite. And it's always funny because when these situations happen, you can always tell, again, that category of 2 types of people, because the type that's in type 2 will start to defend it. They're like, it's not our fault you let us buy 30 PlayStation 5s. It's not our fault you left in the ability to queue with lower people. It's not our fault you let us cheat. And it's like, bro, no, just stop talking. Stop talking. So that was a very long way of saying, why is Hyperroll now limited to 2 players in a pre-made lobby? Because the top of the Hyperroll was dominated by cheaters, and we had to do it to prevent it from being able to be cheated, which sucks. Ugh. Thoughts on a clash type system for TFT? Basically, occasionally having in-client tournaments that aren't run by a third party that are tiered. Yes, this is absolutely a thing we should be doing. I think I'll even say that this is on that long-term wish list roadmap for TFT. Is that yes, whether it be like the Riot Rumbles Clash, having those competitive things that you can get into and have fun absolutely needs to be a priority of ours. So, yes. Will it be anytime soon? Probably not. I wouldn't expect it anytime soon, but if we surprise announce something like this and you enjoy it, cool. But we absolutely should be doing this. Would you ever consider having trait emblems be active while on the bench like Fawn is? The short answer to this is no. Fawn is an exception, and by Fawn I mean Tactician's Crown. I have to stop calling it Fawn. The short answer is no. Tactician's Crown, even our lead UX designer, Alicia, really hates, and I agree, really hates the fact that Tactician's Crown is active without being on the playfield. It's stupid. It makes no sense. All items should have to be on the playfield to be active. But the problem with Tactician's Crown is that all the problems that come into play if it didn't. It's like if you take out the unit that had it, or you sell it, or whatever, like you can get these weird situations where now you're overflowed when you weren't before. And it was much easier for us to solve by creating this exception case for Tactician's Crown. So you can switch around the champions, yeah, things like that. So that was why we had to do it for Tactician's Crown. But if we were going to solve it, I would actually be like, we need to figure out a way to make it not true for Tactician's Crown. Having trait emblems be active while on the bench, I think, is definitely the incorrect way of looking at it, because traits aren't inactive on the bench. Why should these be? So, could you maybe have Tactician's Crown give a buff to the unit holding it? Yeah, but that's, like I said, there's reasons that doesn't work. I forget what they were, but it was a big pain in the ass. Tactician's Crown equals consumable, adds a crown to your little legend, done deal. Yeah, maybe. But right now we don't have a consumable that you can apply to a little legend, so that would be a new archetype. So, anyway. How long will double up mode be away for when the 6 to 8 week live period is over? We'll definitely miss it a lot when it's gone. What I'll say is we'll be announcing details about the decision around double up and what that will entail early next year. So, in fact, if Roger's still here, maybe he doesn't have a date. I don't know. But like I said, we have a decision. We'll announce it at some point. So, let's see here. Have you ever thought about giving the control of a patch to the highest ranking players? If so, would you ever let it happen? If not, why? I'm glad whoever labeled this comedy, bravo. Would I ever give control of a patch to high-ranking players? Not a chance. But that is oversimplifying it, and I don't want to make it sound like high-level players don't know what they're talking about, because they don't. Or because they do. High-level players are very, very good at problem identification, and I think it is very important to listen to their problems they're having. Okay? I think it is very important when a challenger player comes into lobby 2 and says, no matter how I itemize Jace, I can't make him work. That is an important problem statement that we need to know. I feel like you've overbuffed. So those are important. And then it is up to the designers who have a specific way of approaching problems to come up with the right solutions. I would not trust challenger players to come up with good solutions. And I think if they're being honest with themselves, neither would they. So that is why I don't think, I would give it to them completely. So, I think a lot of them think very narrowly, and it depends on the challenger player, right? Like, I'd be much more willing to give someone like Stocks or Nature's control than I would Milk, but, so. Would it ever be a possibility to see a behind-the-scenes vlog of how you and the devs work on a day-to-day basis of balancing, brainstorming new content, or other stuff that players don't really get to see? So there's a really good article that was written where we actually let some press come to every meeting and watch us balance 1124. Like, they literally got to see the entire process for 1124. So if you check that article out, that's a really good article. As far as anything beyond that, though, what that basically comes down to is that's like not a Riot, or it's not a TFT team decision. It's more of a publishing decision. And so it would be up to publishing to decide that that was something worth pursuing. I think the thing that really hurt this is TFT got really, really big right when COVID hit. Like set 3 was released right when COVID hit. And so trying to do one of these behind the scenes vlogs while everyone's working from home, like how the hell? How would you do that? You know? So I think once we get back to the office, yeah, maybe something like that'll happen again. But again, that's more of a publishing decision, not ours. But yeah, I think it'd just be a bunch of cameras sitting at my home, like watching me have meetings on Zoom. Like, yeah, I always remember set 3 and COVID, because literally the day before we shipped set 3 was when they sent us home. So, and yeah, Warring Kingdoms Azir just linked the article if you haven't read it yet. It's a good article. Any plans on changing augments to have a more exciting game? I had a game after 160 games a set where I had Socialite, Heart plus Duet plus Share the Spotlight, and it was so fun, but thought about it and what crazy fun that was, and the game is never repeated. I think having more exciting ways to combine augments would help the game be more fun overall. What do you think? So this is, again, this keeps going back to that core we keep talking about, which is novelty. This exact situation he just described is absolutely an incredibly novel situation. I'm so glad this person had this experience. I've never had this experience. I want to have this experience. That sounds amazing. Does it not? Does everyone in chat, do you want to play a game where you get Socialite, Heart plus Duet plus Share the Spotlight? That sounds awesome. That sounds amazing. But should we be forcing it or increasing the odds? No. I think that's half the appeal of the augment system, is that like there's these things that are out of your reach and you may never have. Now, all that being said, I do not think our distribution system on augments is correct right now. I think we've got a lot of work to do to improve that. Because I'll tell you what, if I ever see Thrill of the Hunt again, it'll be too soon. And by too soon, it'll be every game. Because you see Thrill of the Hunt every game, and I'm so sick of seeing Thrill of the Hunt every game. And that's just one example. There's a few augments in that category. So we definitely need to get a better distribution that increases the variance a little more than is currently true. But I do not think we should be going, hey, here's this cool combination, let's make sure that happens a bunch. Here's this cool combination, let's make sure that happens a bunch. I think getting those wild, out of reach combos should be fun. So, how do you like your eggs cooked? I can't believe we left this question in here. I was going to joke about this question, how we cut it out. Apparently we didn't cut it out. Anyway, it's sunny side up. I like sunny side up eggs. Does the idea that every set has to be bigger and better set mechanic behind it ever weigh down you or the team? Does it weigh down production at all, or do you fear that it may? So, yes, but again, this is why I keep talking about novelty. Novelty is going to be the theme for a while. Is that in order for novelty to exist, it has to be something you've never experienced before. And if you've never experienced it before, it has to be better than a thing that you've previously experienced. A good example of this, I think, is actually Draven, right? Like, Draven was so fun in set 1, right? Everyone loved Draven in set 1. He was so cool. We finally brought back Draven for set 5. It was dull as a doornail, because since then, we had done so many other cool things that it was like, I guess, fine. And so, yeah, we do have to keep doing bigger and better. And yeah, that is weighing down. Witty and I had a really in-depth conversation about this, actually, because at some point, you know, like, pick a random League of Legends champion that we've used in TFT. We've probably already used their best spell. We've probably maybe even used their second best spell. And then after that, their other spells probably kind of suck for TFT. Asol's a great example. Let's use Asol as a good example. We used his stars with spaceships. We used his ult. Does he have a better spell? Does anybody want to see a 1-cost Aurelian Soul that has 3 little circles come around him? No? Does anybody want to see an A-Soul that flies across the... No? So how do you make a better A-Soul? How does A-Soul get better than what we've already done? Now, someone mentioned galaxy spitting, and yes, that's the obvious answer. But even if we say that's true, the problem is it keeps getting worse, right? Like the further we go, the less room we have for novelty. And so eventually we're going to come to the situation where it's like, okay, we did A-Soul's Galaxy, we did his laser, we did his triple laser as a 5-cost, we did his starships, we did a thing where he makes galaxies on the map. Now what the fuck do we do? You know, and so, yeah, it does weigh on us a little bit that eventually, and it might take another 4 or 5 years, but like eventually we might run out of space. So, we'll see. You invented a new ability for Ari? Yeah, I just invented one for A-Soul there. I said he spawns galaxies on the map. Like, sure. So yeah, it weighs us down. Moving forward, how will you and the team balance TFT's creative autonomy with events in League of Legends? All the sets since Rise of the Elements have been informed by ongoing developments in Runeterra. And I was wondering if there's any interest for upcoming sets to independently explore different parts of the lore. Okay, so the funny thing is, this actually happened more out of coincidence than purpose. Fates was Spirit Blossom, but like we were already in the Fates space before Spirit Blossom, and it just worked really well. Because like part of it is a lot of the times when coming up with a new set, someone goes, I see a new really cool skin line coming out, we should tie into that. It's not that Riot goes, we need you to make a set for our Spirit Blossom event. That's usually not how it goes. Reckoning was similar. Reckoning was in that regard. Gizmos and Gadgets we knew was Arcane, but even before that, we were thinking about a Zon Piltover set. So it just kind of happened by coincidence. But what I'll tell you is, like I said, it was coincidence. And here's a spoiler: Set 7 has nothing to do with a League of Legends or Riot-wide event. Okay. Set 7, we did the coolest thing we thought for Set 7, and that's what we're doing. We're doing that for Set 7. So now, if Riot comes up with an event in that time frame and says we're doing an event the same day, you heard it here first. We were first. Because as far as I know, there is no event based on that thing that we're doing. So, would an augment that prevented your board from being scouted be too unfun, too unfair? No. So they had this in auto chess, and it was like, well, it was a unit, and it was dumb. Would I take a silver augment that said you can't be scouted? Is that even good? Would I take that? I don't think I'd take that. I don't think I'd take that. It just doesn't even seem good. Late game, it's terrible. Because late game, it's like, okay, I know you're playing 5 Syndicate Akali. I don't need to scout you. That just seems really bad. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I actually think it sounds bad. And it might not be worth the implementation time if it's that bad. It's the kind of thing where it's almost like you'd almost have to say... So, we tested the augment again that said you get to see who your next opponent is. And we found that to be so unpowerful, we had to give you a Zephyr with it. We ended up not shipping it because we didn't have the UI space for it. But that's how unpowerful it was. And I'm worried this is like the same kind of noob trap, is my instinct. So maybe we do that and give you a shroud, maybe, but like, eh. So if a designer came to me and said they wanted to try it, I'd let them. Based purely on your playing experience, who do you think should have won the most OPT tournament you held on Twitter a few days ago? Oh, this was a hard, man. Now I kind of want to go back and look. This is a good question. Hang on, I'm gonna pull this up. I want to make sure I don't get anything wrong. I tweet too much, so I have to scroll down a ways. Seriously, who tweets this much? There we go. Okay, so this was the tournament bracket. Who do I think should have actually won this? I mean, Void Sins is definitely up there for sure. But actually, if I had to pick one... Was it on here or did I delete it? I believe set 1 6 Sorcerer Lockets is the most powerful set we've ever made. Back when Locket scaled with AP, I don't think you could beat that board. That board was impossible to beat. And Void Sins came after that. Yeah, and so Natures has a point here. I didn't include one comp because it wasn't... it was only live for like a day. But 6 Sorcerer Yasuo, at the time, Yasuo was an Exile, and Exile scaled with AP. So you would get this 5-cost Yasuo with 6 1-star Sorcerers in the back, and then your 3-item Yasuo would have 4,000 health, which at the time was a lot. So it's one of those two. So those to me are the most powerful things I think we've ever shipped. I think anything else is like... That's why when people feel like, I want set 1 back, I'm like, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Are there any updates on a native tablet iPad resolution support and or bigger updates to the mobile app experience? So what I'm allowed to say here, and if I get in trouble for this, well, you know what happened. What I'm allowed to say here is that we have a new executive producer, and the team's been getting new priorities and things like that, and we're building up TFT team a lot. And we have a long-term priority list of things we want to hit. One of the biggest is finding the right way to improve our mobile experience, because Fight for the Golden Spatula puts us to shame. We have a lot of work to do here, and so there's definitely a priority. It'll take time, so like every month you ask me this, there isn't going to be a new answer, but it is definitely on the priority list. So and like I said, it's gonna take time. Like I have to keep your expectations low. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take a lot of time. So since the double up tournament is based on the #1 ranked player in each region, will the problem of people abusing the queuing system of constantly playing with new accounts be addressed? Yes. Will the people that abuse the system to gain high ranks be disqualified from the tournament? Yes. This seems to be happening on multiple regions. Yes. Cool. What was the toughest choice you had to make involving balance versus lore? This is going to be a lame answer, but I have to admit, I have never considered lore when balancing the game. Never have I considered lore when balancing the game. I think designing the set, there's probably lore considerations. Witty or Giovanni could probably give a better answer to this question. And I think good examples of this, like someone was saying, like Victor not being an innovator, for example. Sure. Or Samira not being a mercenary. Sure. But those aren't even balance reasons. They're more like set design limitations, right? Like Samira couldn't be a mercenary because we needed an Imperial, and it's like, Echo not Clockwork. Sure, stuff like that. But that's not balance. Like, Echo's not Clockwork for balance reasons. It's for set design reasons. If the set designer came to me and said, I want to make Echo Clockwork, okay. So you balance it around it. Because one of the things, a lot of people always seem to jump to, like, we make decisions for balance considerations. It's usually the opposite. Oftentimes, balance decisions are made to keep the dream alive of a set designer. The best example of this was Singed. For those of you that played during set 2, Singed was a legendary that ran around and with Morello did way too much damage. Okay, he was OP for the first patch or two, and clearly the balance team said, "This guy's OP. We need to nerf him." Now, there's a bunch of ways you could have nerfed him, right? You could nerf him by making him do less damage. You could nerf him by being less tanky. You could nerf him, by making him run slower, whatever. Balance has many solutions to the same problem. But the question is, what was the set designer's vision? So at the time, we went, hey, Witty, what is Singe supposed to do? What did you envision him doing for your set? And he said, well, the job of Singed is to be a distracting tank that like pulls apart a damage and has people follow him, and he tanks for you while the rest of your team cleans up. Okay, cool. I can make the balance fit that vision. And the answer to that was, he's doing way too much damage for a tank that is supposed to be distracting people. So that's when you make the decision to nerf the damage. And so again, it's less about balance deciding the vision, and it's more about balance following the vision. So now sometimes, and I think Scion is the best example of where the designer sets a vision and then balance goes, yeah, but I'm gonna have to overrule that decision, right? Like, I don't think I can have a CC immune 3000 health champion be a primary damage dealer, you know? And that's where discussions happen. So, which champion abilities have been the hardest to program and why? So I'm not the best person to answer this. I don't really do much programming. The team does a lot more of this than I do. That being said, I know Heimerdinger was a pain in the ass last set. I know Yumi's been a pain in the ass this set. So Yumi's pretty high up there. You can basically look to anything with like a complex movement pattern or complex behavior is usually top of the ladder. Jace, pretty hard to program. It's usually a 5 cost. It's usually a 5 cost with a unique trait. But they could probably answer that better. Are there any plans to release more than 3 Little Legends per set like they did in set 1? So, what I'll say is that our Little Legend distribution system needs work. Right now, we are running into the best in slot problem for sure. You know, each new little... excuse me. Each new Little Legend has to top the old ones. A lot of people have their Little Legend that they're really comfortable with, that they really like. So just releasing a bunch more isn't really accomplishing much. Finding better ways to make more attractive monetization options is really high on our list right now. So I think we have some surprises in store for you, but I don't think just making a bunch more Little Legends is the best way to go. Can we expect a Dango skin within the next year or two? So I'm going to say this in the only way that will get me not in trouble. You can expect a Dango skin within the next 2 years. That's it. That's all you get from me. No spoilers. Will it be sooner than that? Maybe. But within 2 years? Yeah. If Dango was poked by a needle, would it A, deflect the needle, B, make it pop, or C, make it slowly deflate? None, actually. It would just give it a slight wound and it would start bleeding and you'd have a very sad Dango. But it has thicker skin. Its air is behind its like skin and skeleton that expands, so it doesn't deflate, it doesn't pop. Just make it sad, you hurt it. How would you guys decide what abilities will still go through despite a unit's death and which ones don't? So we answered this one earlier with the GA thing. And like I said, the answer is it needs to have a cleaner solution. We need to do better about this. What was Jinx's development like? How did it come down to the ability she has now in game? Also, how is Silco's development going? Wonder how he is going to be in game when he doesn't have that much to go off. So we talked about the Silco thing already. I'm not going to repeat that. Jinx, though, was actually one of the first 5-cost abilities that was like designed very early, and it was frankly just Giovanni being very creative, because he was looking, you know, we had seen Arcane because they gave us that early viewing of Arcane, and he really wanted to make a 5-cost that fit Jinx's personality. And when looking through what he could use with the animations, he found the recall, and the recall gave him the inspiration to do the ult where he like flies up and crashes. So that was really cool. So that was just Giovanni being creative. That's really what it came down to. Then from there, it was just like balance. Like Giovanni really wanted to do the like, she damages your allies. I remember the very first version, it was like true damage burn on enemies and allies for the same amount. And it was like, oh god. It's just like she would blow up her team. Oh no, because it also scaled with AP. So we had a playtest where it was like Death Cap Jeweled Gauntlet Jinx would just destroy both teams. You know? So it was like, huh, maybe we don't ship that. But good times. What is your opinion on high elo streamers queuing together? Okay, so this is my opinion, not Riot's opinion. My opinion is that as long as they're both playing the game and trying to win and having fun with it, I have zero problem with it. I think as long as they're legitimately, like, for example, if two high elo streamers want to play together and like maybe they're even like betting each other $50 a game and having fun with it, like, please, that's good. They're having fun. The game is fun. They're playing legitimately. What's wrong with that? I don't see the problem. It's, and this is where it gets gray. If we find out that secretly Milk's been throwing games to boost Soju's LP, which is not happening, to be clear, but let's pretend we found that out. And they're like, I wasn't doing that. You could clearly see I would try. You know, like the gray area shit gets real gross. And maybe I'm naive, but I default to trust that they're doing fun. What if they collude to not contest? I mean, that's no different than two people not in the same queue typing in chat and going, I'm going mech, I'm not. Is that collusion? No. Part of the game. So. But if they're throwing, and like I said, that's where it gets gray. And again, it goes back to that grifter conversation we were having earlier, where you hope people aren't cheating and ruining it for everybody. But if they're just trying to have fun, like, cool. I wish more people could have fun together. So. Do you think there's anything your team can do to help streamers be a more positive influence on the TFT? Oh, Roger, are you still here? I want to see if Roger's still here with this question. Yes. Okay, great. So Roger and I were talking about this a while ago. Roger's much smarter than me on this kind of topic. Sorry, hang on. Okay, sweet. Roger's much smarter than I am on this topic. I forget why. Roger, it was like Roger's previous job or something like that. But basically, there's a bunch of studies about how being negative is how you generate views and how you generate attention. And again, I'm asking Roger because he can say this in a much more elegant way than I can. But basically, to be successful, it's almost better for you to not be positive. And telling someone like a successful streamer, like, hey, stop being negative, is what? Like, there's just no way that's successful. Tyler one's obviously the league example. But instead, it's better to find a way to like work with it and embrace it. And I'm not even gonna say, like, I don't even think Soju's that negative. As far as like, if Soju, let's pretend Soju's our number one streamer. I don't think he's that negative. I don't think he's actually that problem. But so I don't think it's a responsibility for us to do this. But like I said, sometimes it's in their best interest to not be negative. So yeah, it's just weird. And I mean, if you watch Soju's chat, like half the time it's them trying to get negativity out of him, and like they enjoy the show, you know. And it is what it is. It's the world, and like TFT is not how we solve that problem, you know. So to answer the question, do I think there's anything our team can do to help streamers be a more positive influence in the TFT community? I think continuing to support them and be positive and reward positivity is the best we can do. But honestly, I don't think there's much movement we need to do here. So I will say, no, I won't. I won't say anything. I'll stay positive. I'll stay positive, because there's definitely some negativity that gets to me personally, but that's okay. What element of TFT do you find the most difficult to balance, spend the most development time on? The answer is making 5 costs and set mechanics. Because again, in order of importance for a set, a good set mechanic is number 1, and the good 5 cost is number 2. And so those are the ones that are the most difficult to balance and spend time on. Those take a lot. So it's definitely those. Is there a chance for a clarity change in Arcane Sprite's model? The splash art makes it look as if its little flappers are pointed downwards. Meanwhile, the actual model has them pointing upwards, and it looks kind of silly and sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay. This is the kind of feedback that I'm like, is there a chance? Probably not. Like, low chance. But it is the kind of thing to pass on to the team so that they're aware of it. They may not be aware of it. And if they aren't aware of it, maybe they'll decide to act on it. So that's up to them. So, what is your most unpopular TFT opinion? Reroll costs are good for the game. Reroll comps are good for the game. That is probably my most unpopular TFT opinion. How is that unpopular? Most challenger players would disagree with me there, but I don't know. Other than that, what else? Okay, fine. Here's another one. The optimal way to play TFT is be incredibly flexible. The optimal way to play TFT is be incredibly flexible. Optimal way. And then I guess the only other one I can think of that I hold really strongly that no one else does is the optimal way to play TFT is to play consistently and aim for 3rd place every game. If you're getting 3rd place every game, you're a god. If you're getting 1st place every game, it means you're playing too greedy. I don't know. These are like my strong opinions that like Reddit would destroy me for. But so explain the 3rd place thing. So if you're playing well, you're going to do better than everyone in the lobby, except the high rollers, right? Because again, we talked about how the game is a series of random events. Enough positive random events can shift the tide so that a less skilled player wins the game. Or people take some really high risks and get a high reward. Mercenaries is the best example of this. And so it is very difficult to be the 1st place person in the lobby without an element of high roll. There's always going to be some high roll to you. But I think every game from the start, if you play well, you can get a 3rd place. You know, you can low roll out of your mind and still make the right calls around those low rolls and still get a 3rd place. And so I think it is very easy when playing well to get lots and lots and lots of 3rd places. And I think that is the optimal way to play the game. But I also say that knowing it's not as fun to play the game that way. So there you go. Launching set 4 in September made for an extra long set due to the winter break, which you have said you don't want to repeat. However, set 6 showed us the pitfalls of launching a new set just before the American holiday season. Without it, you have as much time to fine-tune it. I personally don't mind longer sets, but is there another idea you have for trying to avoid the issues 4 and 6 prevented? I mean, the reality is Christmas and Thanksgiving exist. I don't know how we can avoid that. There's always going to be a long patch. I don't think there's a good time. Like, set 4 was probably the closest because it was like the end of the set was the long patch. I will say, and I'm crossing my fingers as I say this, but it seems like 1124B is going to be a good patch. And so it seems like we got the holiday into a good state here. Now, I say that and someone's going to discover that Sniper Zyra's degenerate or whatever, whatever. But unfortunately, I don't know that there is a great way to solve this. So, and if anyone says work during break, like, no. Oh, Scholar Urgot is the way forward. Perfect. So yeah, I don't think there's a great way to solve this. Now, yeah, I think that's it for that one. Is there going to be an event like Skyglass this season? Yes. That's all you get out of me now, but the answer is yes. With Augment helping you get trait thresholds easier, chase traits don't feel rewarding. I assume that meant rewarding. Because it makes seeing 9 redeemed power level every second game would be bad for the game. Are there any plans to improve them or get higher threshold? Okay, so the way this works from a balancing perspective is the question is how difficult is the chase to achieve and how many conditions can make it happen. Okay, for example, I'm going to call ourselves out here, and I think a place we've done a bad job of this is 9 Chemtech. 9 Chemtech is very difficult to get. You have to be level 9 or level 8 with a heart and a lot of Chemtech, and that's very difficult. I think 9 Chemtech is one of the more difficult chase traits to hit and is not rewarding. And so, like, we've kind of underbalanced 9 Chemtech. 7 Syndicate, though, is a great example of where it's not that hard to hit. 1 heart or 1 emblem plus finding the Kali and be level 7. Woo! Should that even be a chase trait? Question mark? Like, that one shouldn't actually be that big a spike. And it's a craftable emblem. Yeah, like, 8 Academy. Play all the Academy units and make a Spatula. That's not that hard. But there's 6 Clockwork. I think 6 Clockwork is another one why we have screwed up. Like, 6 Clockwork is surprisingly hard to hit because you need 2 +1s. And so, like, that's an example where I think we've done a bad job. And so basically what it comes down to is the balance lever should be how hard is it to hit equals how rewarding it is. And so that's the balance lever here. Now, I do think there's an argument to be made here that we should redefine what a chase trait is. It might, like, there might just be too many chase traits in the game right now that the concept of a chase trait is no longer special. You know, should 7 Syndicate actually be a chase trait? Or should it just be a normal trait? Question mark. So, now someone's saying 7 Merc. What I'll say about 7 Merc is that I think 7 Merc is balanced, but not fun enough. That's what I would say about 7 Merc. 3 Colossus win. 3 Colossus, I maybe incorrectly, but I purposely did not want any player trying to run. Because what I didn't want to deal with, and I know I'm correct on this part, is the challenger players posting a screenshot of a 5-unit army and going, 36 gold army wins game. Nice balance, Keck W. Really wanted to avoid trying to get you to play 3 Colossus. Yeah, so... And we've already seen this. Like, I've definitely had at least 2 conversations with people who try to present Colossus armies and go, look at the gold value of this team. And it's like, yeah, they have Colossus. Which, again, goes back to the Colossus thing, which, yeah. So. Now, are there any plans to improve them or get higher threshold? So, I think 7 Mutant is the one that players have been begging for. I would call it a... I'll call it a dream wish list. If I have the time, I might just say screw it and try to make 7 Mutant. But man, some of those 7 Mutants are going to be pain. Some of those 7 Mutants are going to be pain. Like, what do you do for Void? What do you do for Void? I guess just more true damage? Yeah, it might not be that bad. I don't know. So, we tried 8 Scrap. 8 Scrap was going to be all your scrap champions just get a full item. That was ridiculously overpowered. But what's funny is we were trying to make 8 Scrap back when we thought 6 Scrap was bad. And it turns out 6 Scrap is not bad. 6 Scrap is quite good. So then buffing it to 8 Scrap was like banana bonkers. So, yeah. And yeah, I'm never making 4 Socialite or 5 Socialite. Never. That's the one I will just overrule. Because Socialite's already a balanced nightmare of like, what happens if you give a 3-item Kaisa another 3 items? Let's give her a 7th item. Like, ugh. Ugh. No. Is there a way B badges could be more obvious when they happen? We already answered this one. The answer is sadly no, and I'm doing everything I can with the constraints I have. It'd be ideal if it was, but nope. Could the loading screen hints be the big changes for the most recent patch? Currently, they're only useful when you're brand new to the game. Probably not. I think seeing part of a patch on a load screen is a little weird. So... sorry, I need a second to just double check one thing here. Oh my god. Stop. Sorry, folks. Just need 1 second. Okay, cool. Great. With the addition of Silco for the mid-set update, how far can we expect this to go? Are we keeping it in Runeterra, Valorant characters maybe, or maybe even non-league stuff? So what I've said about this, I'll reiterate here. We have nothing 100% planned after Silco. So like, there's no secret long-term plans to include Valorant characters or Pokemon or anything like that. I promise you, nothing is planned or locked at this point. It's literally just Silco. And again, Silco was literally Medler messaging me on the premiere going, we should add Silco. What do you think? And I went, ooh, hell yeah. And then it made it happen. Like, that's it. But we wanted to be very clear that we're open to the possibility. So I think TFT is the kind of game that, if any game, could deal with some of these crossovers in really fun ways. Finding the right crossover, finding the right way to do it, I think that's going to be important. But that's it. So as far as what's possible, anything's possible, but we need to do it right. So yeah. Thoughts on Hextech exclusive Little Legends, something to use gemstones on related to TFT? The challenge is gemstones are a primarily League of Legends acquired content. And I think imagine I'm a TFT only player and I'm gonna put paper on the spot here. I make a Hextech Dango. And the only way for paper to get a Hextech Dango is to go spend a bunch of money on League of Legends content. I think that's a really dirtbag way to approach that. Because paper may not want to buy a bunch of, League of Legends content. So that's really unfair. So I definitely would not want to do that. So Little Legend eggs have a chance to drop gemstones. Now we're just mixing contents that don't need to be. Like, we have the TFT economy and TFT cosmetics and stuff like that. If you're saying we need to do more stuff like Earth Dowsey, for example, like rare drops, sure, let's do some more cool rare stuff. I'm down for that. But I don't think it specifically needs to be gemstones. I think gemstones have their own problems anyway. And last I'd heard, League was trying to like figure out how to redo that system anyway. So like, yeah. 5 more minutes till the next break. What is the long-term goal of the team in regards to the competitive scene? Worlds and regional qualifiers are amazing, but is there a goal to develop more of the competitive side of the game so we can have a more stable and economically viable professional scene? Okay, this question is complicated, and I want to asterisk this with a big old, I don't decide this shit, okay? So, like, what I say here is not the deciding factor. I don't control the professional scene, okay? So there's two parts to this answer. The first part is, what is our goal for long-term competitive? We believe that TFT is kind of like the World Series of Poker and fighting game tournaments, and that like the anyone can enter and become a big winner dream is cool part of TFT, unlike League of Legends and Valorant. It's like, you can show up with $10,000, join the World Series of Poker, and become Chris Moneymaker. Was the old day. Yeah, that's showing my age. Or you can show up to EVO, join the tournament, and end up in top 16. Like, that's what we want TFT to be from a competitive scene. We don't want it to be some like league where only 32 people are invited and it's only those 32 people over and over. No, thank you. That is not what we want. So I think there are a lot of aspirations to make that kind of vision and dream come true. So that'll be sweet. But here's the second part of the question. Someone said that we can make a more stable and economically viable professional scene. This question to me is such a loaded, messy question. It's like, I don't know when in history it became a thing where when you're developing a game, it would not only became the job to make the game fun, but now people had to make a living off the game or the game was bad? Like, when did that happen in history? And how many games is that actually true for? I just don't get it. How many games is that actually true? It's just so weird. Like, even Magic the Gathering, they've really stopped doing it. They stopped supporting that scene. I get it, but like, it's just so weird. And the thing is, from all the examples people talk about anyway, like, we've also got this weird thing where half the pros don't even want to be pros because streaming is more revenue. Half your pros are quitting because streaming is more revenue. Like, it's just so weird. So I personally, and again, this is my personal opinion, not Riot's, is that like, I just don't understand this world where it's like, we're going to make sure it's economically viable to do nothing but play TFT all day. Like, I just don't think that should be our responsibility. That being said, I also think our prize pools have been kind of meh, and I think there are some ideas we should be doing to help make those more exciting. So yeah, like, okay, like the 10 eggs meme, we deserve that. Like, that was never acceptable, right? Like, never acceptable. We've cleared that up. That was garbage. Like, you know, but I don't know. Like I said, as a game designer, it's just not a thing I think about as a primary thing. But yeah, I don't know. Why can't we know where the Socialite spot is going to be before choosing duet share the spotlight augments? It feels bad to have them without knowing the spots. So again, TFT is a game where you don't always have perfect information. That being said, I do think there are some things we could be more clear on. The Socialite augment is a weird one because, like, I don't think it's useful to have 2 glowing spots on every map all the times to show that's a thing. But but like Mutant, for example, is actually one that I've kind of come around, and like, Mutant should probably have like a second little icon to show you at least what the icon is. There are definitely ways we should communicate some of this stuff better. So, but in all cases, you're not always going to have perfect information. Sometimes you just have to deal with what you've got. So I usually just scout Cassidy, but that's, again, it's like jungle timers. It's like, do I really need to do that? So yeah, for casters, for sure, Jirachi. 100% agree with that. All right, ad break. Back. For those of you still here, all right, I think we've got 1 more hour in me, and then I've got to meet with my boss at 1 o'clock. So after the ad break, we'll do chat questions. So I got through 76 of the 100. I didn't even get through 100. Okay, well, Sag. I could try to speed run it. You want me to try to speed run the next hour instead of giving longer in-depth ones? All right, I'll do a 10-minute lightning round, and then we'll do chat. Okay, chat can do questions after the 10-minute lightning round. Yeah, hyper roll QA. Let's go. Just do part 2 another time? I mean, if you guys enjoy it, like, let me know. I know we're actually going to do, like, more team-based AMAs, too. So. Again, appreciate the subs. Thank you for the subs. Alright, 40 seconds on ad break. I need lunch. I need breakfast. I need food. But it's almost Spider-Man time, too. Gonna go see Spider-Man. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Part 2 with special guests. The last time we did this, Witty joined me for the last hour. So, but... Does this mean no stream tomorrow? No, I'll be streaming tomorrow, but not Sunday. Sunday, I'm going to a football game. Oh, shit. Durinst. Appreciate the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait to see Spider-Man, so. I invited Risa and her roommate to see Spider-Man, and she said no. Can you flame her? I mean, I don't know. She might have a good reason. I can't flame Risa. Risa's too great. All right. Let's do a 10-minute speed run. Ready? I'm going to answer as many questions as I can quickly so we can get through some of these. What would I have to bring to the table to ever be work for the TFT team as a European? Just good team attitude, good skills, and the willingness to move. Unfortunately, we do need you to move and be part of the team here locally. What is the craziest thing you've created and then deleted because it was obviously way too overpowered? Nothing. Because if something's overpowered, you can always change a number down to where it's not overpowered. I think the closest thing was like Lulu, who her spell would star up a unit. And so Lulu starring up a 4-cost into a 4-cost 3-star, I was like, nope. And I did not let them ship Lulu with the spell of starring up a unit. Will there be a variant of duos where you share a board? So interestingly enough, the first time... So if you go back and listen to Tej's interview with Gangly, he mentions that we've been working on Double Up for like 2 years. The very first version of Double Up we tried was 2 people sharing a board. It was interesting, but the problem was it felt so different than base TFT. It felt like you were playing a different game and ended up just not being worth it. It felt like you had to learn 2 games. And so we ended up scrapping it and starting over. How do you balance making adjustments based on internal data versus what to be seen strong by the player base? Basically, it's just an extra parameter. You have to understand, you know, what the player base thinks, what the data shows, and what you want. You weigh those objectively, and it just comes down to decision making and experience. So, what is something you wish you would have done different this set? Like I said, Colossus not being in there. I wish we had more generic augments instead of trait augments. I personally think there's a large amount of trait augments that I would have cut for more generic augments to create some more flexibility. But that was an interesting divisive discussion about augments in general. Is were they supposed to be like trait level ups or were they supposed to be generic? Still trying to figure that out, to be honest. Will we get Minion Little Legend someday? Minion? No, not a chance. What are your thoughts on the current Spatula items? They're boring. The current Spatula items are boring, and we need to come up with more transformative and fun ones. This may be controversial depending on the results of 12.24, but why bug fix Yone considering how big an impact this can have on this power latch? Wouldn't it be fine without any changes to 11.25? The real answer on this one is because we have Fight for the Golden Spatula, and our goal is to make those 2 games the same, or as close to the same experience as they can be. But Fight for the Golden Spatula is built in a different engine. Sorry, I'll get back to that. Fight for the Golden Spatula is built in a different engine, and so when those things get out of whack, the experience ends up being way too different. And so we had to make sure that Yone was balanced for both games, and that's why we had to fix that bug. Someone said minions meant actual like League of Legends minions and not Despicable Me. I'll be honest, I was thinking Despicable Me. My bad. League of Legends minions? Yeah, actually, I think that's a great idea. Sorry. We should be doing more stuff like that. That's my bad. Are there any plans to hire more people onto the game balance side of things? Well, we just hired Brad, so that's +1. From what I understand, it's just you and Kent. Like I said, we just hired Brad. However, more resources should help smooth out potential issues in terms of prioritizing and plain simple time. In particular, would you ever consider hiring someone, maybe just as an intern, to help you guys out? Specifically, so here's one of the other things. What did I miss? Oh, everyone's kecking and I missed something. No, what did I miss? I don't know. Okay. So from the balance team side, I don't want festive Nintendo music. That's gonna get me hit. Great. Okay. The thing I think we need to do, and I'm going to talk to Jeff, our new executive producer, about this, is I think it might be finally time for TFT to hire its own GAT team. I would love, personally, and again, this is just my personal opinion, this is not a Riot opinion, I would love to hire 8 challenger players, even for like a 3-month contract, pay them well, to just like play test our stuff, help us with like the balance for that set kind of thing. That's what I would love to do. But got to get that approved. So we'll see. But especially now that we have the work from home thing too. Like, I don't know. So okay, keep going. If duos were to become a permanent mode, which I hope it does, do you think mobile could have some way to communicate with a random partner? I think that is one of the things on the list that would be a required to get it out the door. So yes. When will we be getting augments in post-game screens, APIs for third-party sites? We already answered this one. The answer is I hope soon, but I don't know the actual date. Would you consider an ultimate tier little legend whose appearance changed based on health, remaining win streak, or loss streak? If that was something players wanted, yeah, I think we'd consider it. I'd have to be, you know, a really good product we were worth, but yeah, we could consider it. Why isn't there a specific item to counter shield stacking comps? You have Giant Slayer to counter health stacking comps. You have Last Wish for counter armor stacking. You have Ionic Spark to reduce MR. Shield comps are allowed to scale infinitely with little you can do. So this is a weird one because is shielding, like, shielding is inherently part of the process of health, right? Like, a shield is only as powerful as the armor and MR on the champion it has. A shield is no different than healing. Should there be a I don't know. We had, it didn't, set 1 didn't have one, but we've had shield breaking mechanics before. And the answer was no one ever played them for the shield break mechanic. It was more like they just happened to break shields. Because Shiv used to do it back in like set 3 and set 4. Volibear did it, but like Volibear was a terrible example. And again, even Volibear, it was like you didn't play Volibear because you needed to break shields. You played Volibear because it was fucking Volibear, and it happened to break shields. And that was the thing we always struggled with, is no one ever went, I need a shield breaker, so I'm teching in this unit. And that was rough. And so that's why we've kind of steered away from this. Now, that being said, this set has too many shields and heals, so I can see why of all the sets, this is the set that feels like it needs it the most. How many people know Victor breaks shields? Not many. And again, nobody's putting in Victor to break shields. Like, that's what I'm saying, is like, we've just never done a good job of creating a tech item or unit where you're like, they're playing enchanters, so I need to put this in. This doesn't work. Even Giant Slayer, I think, is a bad example of this, because nobody builds Giant Slayer going, they're playing Colossus, I need this. They build Giant Slayer because it's a good multiplicative item against tanks. That's it. So, looking back at set 1, what are some unit synergies that you'd redesign, and how would you redesign them considering what the team has learned since? I believe Phantom could actually work as a non-random mechanic. If Phantom wasn't random, I think Phantom could work. For example, let's pretend if Phantom literally said, cut the health of the highest enemy unit in half. I think that works. I think that is shippable. You know, that's it. Like, I think that could work. Is that still Phantom? But like, and that's where, like, I remember when Sox and I were doing the freaking magic thing where we were raiding everything. It was like, does that still count as Phantom? And yeah, someone said that's kind of boring. Yeah, and so that's kind of the thing there. Do you think you'll be able to top the set mechanic of set 6? I hope so. Are there any colleges, universities you would recommend to best pursue becoming a game designer? Or if not, are there any other things you would recommend to put yourself in the best position to becoming a good game designer? So the college university I went to was Digipen. But I say this with an asterisk because I don't know how much has changed since I've been there. And for me, Digipen, the school, wasn't so much like an amazing experience, so much as it was the opportunity it gave me to go to Nintendo and the people I got to go to school with. So That part was good. But as far as the things you can do yourself, the answer is you just have to start making games. Make a card game, make a board game, start getting in that iteration loop where you make a thing, have someone play it, get feedback, change it. You don't have to have computer programming skills to make a card game or a board game, but start making a game. And so that's my recommendation. I'm gonna pause here because there were some questions from China also I was supposed to answer. I'm gonna switch over to this sheet here. See if there's any good questions in here. I want to make sure some of these hit because there's only a few in here. How do the dev team do balance? How to determine if something needs to be touched? It's kind of a very broad question. Read their names out loud, not a chance. Zoom in. Boom. There you go. And I'm at view only, so I can't edit this. Whatever. Okay, how does the dev team do balance? How do they determine if something needs to be touched? Basically, it's a combination of feel and data. So you have to make sure that it's not being too forcible, it's not overperforming well. You compare it to other things. This is where data is really good because you can compare all the 5 costs to each other, see what feels out of line. But it is somewhat subjective. It's not a true science. So. Okay, this one, I want to touch on this one. Mercenary is underperforming now. It feels so bad to get tons of gold, but no Nikos or items. Okay. These are two separate conversations. First off, does it feel bad to get gold, but no items and Nikos? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think it is more fun to get Nikos and items. That's true. The second part here, though, is mercenaries are underperforming. Wrong. You're just dead wrong. In fact, not only are mercenaries underperforming, mercenaries are the highest peak trait right now. Mercs they're not broken. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to. But mercs are very, very, very good right now. Very good. So just hard disagree here. And you don't need, it's one thing to do the 8 to 10 loss streak merc. Obviously that's good. Even if you do a 4 loss streak merc into an oops I cashed out, into another 4 loss streak merc into an oops I cashed out, it's still good. So anyone who's saying mercs is bad right now, sorry, you are unfortunately factually incorrect. I'm a Chinese and want to apply for Riot Games China. Any suggestions on Riot interview? Okay, so this one's tricky because I don't know Riot China's culture. They may have a different interview culture, different practice. Cultures are different around the world. So I can't specifically help you with Riot Games China. But what I am going to do is answer the question sort of more globally. And what I have found, it's interesting. The first time I applied to Riot, I didn't get the job. And the answer was because I approached it like a Nintendo interview instead of a Riot interview. I came in very timid and very happy to hear from you. I'm respecting you. Let me answer your questions. That was the wrong approach for Riot Games. Riot wanted much more confidence, wanted much more show of ability. And so the professionalism was good. That was never the problem. But it was the lack of boasting in a way. You don't really want to be humble in an interview. You don't want to brag, but you need to show that you're strong and have that ability. And so the second time I interviewed, I turned it up a notch, and that went better. It still was tough. I still barely got in the door. But yeah, someone in chat says an interview is possibly your only chance to humble brag. That's probably correct here. It's finding the way to talk about what you did without sounding arrogant is the way to go for an interview. And the important thing is to also only talk about things that you did, because one of the worst things you can do in an interview is talk about things that your team did, But then when you ask what you did, it's like, not that much. So, and yeah, someone in chat also just said, confidence and arrogance is a fine line. It really is. It really is. Wasn't the experience required to go to 8 and 9 increased due to Fate's chosen mechanic? Why weren't those change reverted after set 4 ended? So this is a common misconception. The 8 and 9 chances were not increased specifically for chosen. Chosen was a part of it, but it is not the thing. We had a very clear goal, okay? And I'm going to state this goal again because it's still true to this day. Nothing's changed. We do not want you going level 9 every game. We want level 9 to be a rare thing that happens when you're ahead in approximately 1 in 8 games, give or take. Feeling like you go level 9 should be like yeah, I'm in a good position. Let's go. Level 9. It's special. That is why we increased it, because we were seeing before the change, players were level 9 every game. Every game. So our target is that you're not supposed to go 9 every game. Now what's funny is despite this question, yeah, there are players that go level 9 like every game or every other game. But we're very happy with where this landed. If you told me level 9 needed to be like 1 or 2 XP presses less, maybe you could convince me of that. But should it ever be where it was? Hell no. Hell no. So pretty happy with this. The amount of items dropped from stage 1 and stage 2 creeps can make a huge difference in your game, and it feels worse to drop 4 or 5 components as late as stage 4. It feels so bad to get less components in the early game. Are there any plans to change this? So I don't agree with this question, but I agree with it to some extent. And let me explain. We talked about this before with the random variants and all the things. I think players exaggerate when they're like, I have 5 items and my opponent has 7 items. There's no way I can win. Shut up. Yes, there is. There's ways you can win. You got more gold. You can hit more items. You can play Lost Streak around. You can do things on this. I think this is just incorrect and a wrong way to approach the game. But here's the part where I agree. Okay, and this gets really rough. By the time you hit stage 4-1, that's after Wolves, your comp's pretty locked. You kind of know where you're going. Okay? And let's say you have 8 components at that point. That's a pretty average run. Maybe it's 7, maybe it's 9. Your comp's pretty locked. Then you get to Raptors, and you drop a bunch of items. You can't flex around these items. You can't change any decisions around these items. It's not like if Raptors decide to give you tier rod and you're playing Challenger, okay, I guess. Not much you can do about that. It is my belief that if there was any area to improve, it would be that. Now, this is me talking out my ass, not something we would actually do, but I'm going to give you an example, okay? This is a fake example that we are not going to do. Imagine if all the items that you dropped just on Raptors, okay? Just Raptors, were instead a consumable that when used opened up an armory. So that if you got 5 items late, well, at least they're 5 armories and you get to pick them. That would be an example of how you could make it so that later items, when you're less flex, could be good. And again, that's just an example. People are saying I'm for that, I'm against that. Trust me, I understand the pros and cons. That's why I'm using it as a hypothetical example. But that's where we go back to the problem statement. I keep bumping my mic. The problem statement of late game items are so inflexible that it feels very bad to get ones out of your control. That, I think, is a real problem we need to address. So, okay, what is your expectation on Innovator 3, 5, and 7? People aren't likely to play them if they can't high roll 2-star Innovator units and an Innovator augment before the first augment. It feels so bad with the last change. So this one, I kind of agree with. And I'm going to pick on Kent a little bit. Only a little. Because Innovator had this really unhealthy curve And the unhealthy curve we needed to address, right? This is the curve of like, hey, it was possible to get 5 Innovator on 2-1. Or, you know, I saw a Dragon at 3-1. That was really bad. And like, if you hit those spikes, it was just like, it was insane. It was nutty insane. And by making the augment change, we fixed that. So that those curves aren't nearly as accessible. But if you weren't hitting the curves, if you were just playing Innovator normally, or like maybe 4-6 finally gave you an Innovator heart, the trait was actually pretty bad. So, unfortunately, I think the last patch, we double solved. We did the change with the Innovator heart and soul, which I think was correct. And then we like fake nerfed Innovator 5, which didn't need it, but actually kind of needed a buff since you couldn't get it early. And then Dragon we nerfed, but like it probably didn't need it because now it was so rare. So I think the mistake there, and you'll probably hear us talk about this in the patch mortem, was that we shouldn't have nerfed the actual units. We should have only done the heart and soul change. I think the heart and soul change was good. So, and yeah, if anything, I've been arguing for 5 Innovator buffs for a while now. So I'd love to hear more about rarity versus strength. I mean, so the TLDR of it is part of a balanced equation is how difficult is this to achieve. You know, this goes back to like the Exodia theory, right? If like, imagine we made a thing that you could only achieve in 1 in a million games. Should it be instant win? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's just a relative scale. If you can do it every game, it shouldn't be that powerful. And so a question, like, this goes back to that 9 Chemtech conversation as well, right? The harder it is to do, the more powerful it should be. So it looks like Chinese community is extremely unsatisfied with the balance adjustment. This is false, by the way, and this is the worst thing you can do when you're starting a conversation with a dev, is act like you represent the community. We have plenty of data to show how the community is actually feeling. And I can tell you that the Chinese community is actually extremely satisfied with set 6 and the quality of the game. And this completely diminishes your entire conversation. So whenever you tweet me and you're like, all the high elo players hate the game, don't do that. That's stupid. Any chances to hear from the Chinese community? So what I'll say to this is I would love to open up more channels of communication for the Chinese community. There aren't zero. We have some. We definitely hear from the Chinese community. But what I'll also say is obviously there's challenges to that, right? It's like, I don't speak Chinese. Sorry. It's just a fact of life. But yeah. So it'd be more up to actually Riot China to like develop something like this officially. Unofficially, I'll be honest, I've been using Tanner a lot. Tanner is a good bridge and kind of passes on some of these things for us. So Tanner has been invaluable to me. I appreciate Tanner a lot. So all right, do you think Shaco is okay now? He's not efficient enough to kill units fast without the teleport mechanic like other sins. What? Do I think Shaco is okay now? Yes. I think Shaco is actually quite balanced. If anything, Shaco is good now, right? Am I crazy? Shaco actually feels balanced. So he feels like a 3 cost. I don't know. This just seems incorrect. I don't know. I don't have much to say about this one. This seems incorrect. Is set 6.5 being worked on at the moment? Yes. Will it be a big update besides the unit and traits? Will we see more augments or any new mechanics? There will definitely be units. There will definitely be traits. There will definitely be augments. That's all you get out of me. Cybernetic Mutant giving AD for all units seems not smart. Isn't it better to provide adaptive power? So, is it better? I mean, it is strictly a buff. Yes. Is it better? No. Like, everything shouldn't always give the optimal thing at once, right? Like, giving it AD is fine. Part of the power is it's high HP, high AD. It makes you think about the situation differently. Maybe your Malzahar items change slightly. Remember how I mentioned attack speed generates more mana? Maybe Malzahar, instead of Shojin, if it's cybernetic, wants RFC, so that he gets extra attack speed and gets more procs of the extra AD. You need to think about these things rather than just going, why doesn't it give me the optimal stat in all cases? So, yeah, someone said, i.e. Jeweled Gauntlet to scale the AD. That is actually correct. Yes. That is actually correct. And that's the difference between a skilled player and a not skilled player, is the ability to think through those problems, not just go, why me no get AP? So, last one. Many of the 4-cost units like Urgot, Lux, Ori don't have the power to end the game like previous sets. Is the way to balance 4-cost units changed? No. Also, Orianna is weird because she's utility, but I've definitely won games with just Orianna. Urgot is like the premier. We've seen this pattern emerging. I'm going to call it the 4-cost AD thing. 4-cost AD champions are very good on like stage 4 to 6, but then they fall off. But that also makes sense because that's what 5 costs are for. So, yeah, nothing's changed. So, I don't know. This just, again, this seems incorrect, but Urgot 3 is literally the worst 4-cost 3 in the game. Okay. He's also one of the best 2 costs in the game. Is that wrong? Is that... Urgot 3 is still fine. So. Okay, with the last 20 minutes, chat, it's all yours. Gonna focus on chat for the rest of this. Unfortunately, I only got to question 93, so... But I can only go so long. All right, let's see here. Chat, did you ever consider having the little legend have more of a role in the game besides picking items, champs, carousel, perhaps like a set mechanic? Yeah, interestingly enough, the best comparison for this is actually Hearthstone. I think Hearthstone's... It's one of the cool things about Hearthstone Battlegrounds was their whole, like, pick a champion thing. That being said, it's a very bad idea to mix your cosmetics and your purchasables with your gameplay. That's called pay for power. You know what we shouldn't do? Pay for power. So, yeah. Have you considered rolling? Have you considered augment upgrade choices over a second augment? Example, rich get richer in stage 1, then in stage 3, an upgrade that increases it further. So, I'm gonna save you the trouble. A lot of these questions around like the augment system plus. Have you considered augment system plus a reroll? Have you considered augment system plus an upgrade system? Have you considered augment system plus a opt-out? Whatever. Like, the answer to all of those is yes. But step 1 when you're shipping a system like this is start basic. You don't start with its most complicated, version. You start with a very simple version that players understand. And if you remember, when we first shipped augments, there were a lot of responses like, aren't you concerned that 100 augments will be too hard and players won't get it all? Well, you don't respond to that by going, yes, and that's why we also added a reroll mechanic and an upgrade mechanic and a whatever, right? Like, that would be the wrong approach. Now, if we decide to stick with augments, for example, or keep around, and if we decided to keep going with these things, then it would be a time to start considering plus ones to the system. But you definitely don't launch a system like augments with all those high levels of complexities. That would be really rough. And so someone just said 6.5 mechanic confirmed. No, but that would be a great place to add something like that. You're not wrong. So, yeah. Is it possible to make the orange drops in stage 1? Oh god. Chat. Possible to make the orange drops in stage 1 in the same order for everyone in the lobby? The same... I guess. Would we want to do that? No. No? The game's not... No? There's not really a benefit to that. I can't think of the benefit to do that. Now, the one problem... Excuse me. The one problem that always comes up, that is a fair problem, is the... I just killed the last minion with my slow bodyguard comp, and it popped out the orb I needed for the gold to make the purchase, but the round transitioned too quickly. Can't you just make the first minion drop the orb? Unfortunately, making the first minion drop the orb is actually very difficult. It requires an entire rewrite of the system. Not really worth. And then the next solution is, should we add time to the end of the PvE rounds? Now, I'm more in that camp. That cannot be that difficult. It really is, and let me explain why. Okay, actually, this is a tech one I can't explain. When we first wrote the item generation system, okay, what it does is at the beginning of the game, the way this is implemented is at the beginning of the game, it takes all your orbs that you're going to get. So like the 8 item orbs, the 6 bonus orbs, and right away at the very beginning of the game, it literally assigns them to particular mobs. This mob gets this one, 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 etc., etc. That is the way the system was implemented, okay? And, you know, whether you're playing an assassin and you attack the back line first, or normal comp and attack the front line first, those orbs are already pre-assigned. Now, in order for us to go, but always drop off the first one killed, that basically says, rewrite the entire thing you just did differently. Can it be done? Of course it can be done. Of course it can be done. That's not the problem. The question isn't, can it be done? The question is it worth it to do it? And what you're describing is, frankly, an entire rewrite of a system that could take 2, 4, 6 weeks of a person's time, just because sometimes an orb drops and it's a little inconvenient for you to run up for it. Opportunity cost there, not worth. And as someone who has to help make the decisions of like what we spend our time on, that is absolutely not a cost I would pay. Instead, we need to come up with a better solution that is, you know, something that gets us the value without the cost. That's why I'm much more in the camp of like, can we just add 5 seconds to the end of the PvE rounds? Yeah, that's easy, right? Up a number by 5. We can do that. So that's much more worth than a solution that literally says, hey, engineer, rewrite this entire system because players are slightly inconvenienced. So, are there any plans on adjusting Socialite? There seem to be a substantially large sample. Sample size where the Socialite legendary comp seems too easy to obtain, stabilize the board, and contest was first. There's always something. That being said, do I think 3 Socialite's a little broken? Yeah, I think 3 Socialite's a little broken. Only a little, though. And with everything, there's always something broken, you know? There's always something broken. There's always the next thing. We nerf 3 Socialite. I think mercenaries are overperforming. Like, there's always going to be something that players are going to complain about, so I don't think 3 Socialite is that far out of line. So, okay. Why do you think it is still fine to drop an early tome of traits, even if your design suggests an equivalent in power to a free golden augment for the rest of the lobby? Isn't the power differential just too much by the augment system's own standards? Wait, you drop early tome of traits? What? I don't understand the question. The earliest you can drop a tome of traits is 2.6. I don't understand the question. I don't understand the question. Sorry if you already answered. Would it be good to have a set without assassins? I did already answer that. You can check out the answer from the beginning or in the VOD. I did already answer that one. Hey Mort, top streamers often scout by flashing back and forth on the enemy board for a split second so the other player doesn't see their little legend. Is it possible to fix this issue? Okay, let's talk about this one. This thing that players do where they like flash in and out so that the enemy can't see them is the stupidest thing in the world. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's one of those things that I think people are mentally going in their head, and it's just like you're overcomplicating a problem that isn't actually there. Does anyone actually believe that you're not being scouted just because you didn't see the little legend? Your assumption at all times should be that you're being scouted. Period. Period. Assume you're being scouted. So why would you do this? If anything, if you're smart, you can actually do things to really mess with people. Let's say, for example, you're down to 3 people, and because of the process of elimination, you know you're probably going to face opponent A, okay? What you can actually do is instead scout opponent B and make them think that you're scouting them because you're going to be facing them, when in reality you're not, and you can do some really fun mind games with that. But even then, nothing changed. It's one of those really weird things that like I just don't get. And so, is there anything to fix there? No. No, there's nothing to fix there. So. Have you ever considered removing trait augments as the first augment? Have we considered it? Yes. But that sounds like a great way to remove a bunch of cool novel situations that could happen. So. Okay, someone tipped $1 and said, is it balanced if 3-star Akali with Thieves' Gloves and 7 Syndicates plus 2 Sins can't win the game when the enemy team only have Enforcer? Well, that's a very loaded way to ask the question, because my guess is they didn't just have Enforcer. My guess is they had 7 other units, and they smartly used Enforcer to lock down your very powerful champion, and then maybe had things like Last Whisper to burn through your armor, and made a bunch of other very smart decisions to give them an opportunity to win, and then used CC to lock down that Akali afterwards. So the basis of your question is, should a 3-star 5 cost guarantee win you the game? And our answer to that question has always been no. Our answer is it should win you 95 to 99% of games, but it is definitely possible to lose with a 3-star 5 cost. And we are okay with that, because we never want the player in a situation where it's like they see a 3-star 5 cost and go, it is impossible to win. That's just not good game design. You should have an opportunity to win. And so the fact that somebody did something well to beat you, cool. So that is working as intended, is what I'd say. And by the way, if you have a question, if you want to know who the most powerful 3-star 5 cost is, it's Galio. Unquestionably, it's Galio, since Kent made that buff. Although, I'm going to spoil this because it's on PBE. I'm going to spoil this. You ready? Patch 12.1, Kent put in a change that I think is absurd. But it's absurd. Kench is in. We've upgraded Kench 3-star. Now, Kent really wanted to do a thing where he would eat everyone around him, but unfortunately we couldn't get that. We just didn't have the time. So instead, Kent came up with a solution where now, what happens when you feed a 3-star Tahm Kench? Well, I'll give you a hint. We multiplied the stats by 20. You heard that right. 20. So, I will tell you right now that if you feed a 3-star Tahm Kench a, I don't know, 2-star Scion, enjoy your 40,000 health. It's pretty nutty. So, that's the 3-star Tahm Kench change that Kent put in the game. Hopefully that's fun enough to make it worth it. So, any chance we'll be able to see what's in our shop when presented item augment choices? It would really help in the first PvE round. Nope, I've been really clear about this, that like the whole point is it's a separate phase. You can't look at it as there's a hidden shop I can't see. It's you have the 1-2 shop, then you have your augment choice, then you have the next shop. And so I get the desire for more information, but we have no plan to give you that information early. Hello, huge fan of what you do and loving the set. I'm wondering if it was thought to guarantee at least one neutral option on 1-4. Yeah, so this is a common solution a lot of people bring up where they're like, I don't like getting 3 trait augments, I want at least one neutral option. Here's the problem. If you do that, there are a large percentage of players that will always default to the neutral option, okay? That is not good for them as gamers, right? If they always pick the neutral option, they are minimizing the possible experiences they could have, which is that novelty thing we keep talking about. You want them to have exciting moments, exciting things that they may not have been expecting. And so giving them a situation where they have to choose between Chemtech, Imperial, and Socialite maybe pushes them out of their comfort zone to take Chemtech. And then all of a sudden they have this crazy 7 Chemtech game they weren't expecting. That's good. So we definitely are not going to ever force. Now we have some rules in place to lean into more of those common augments, cough, cough, thrill of the hunt. But I would never go so far as to force it 100%. So. Hey, Mort, how do you balance between... I'm reading and it just scrolls. How do you balance between player perception and your designer's ideals for the game? Same thing. It's just subjective. I've answered that one a couple times, but it's just subjective. You got to take into account. So there's no like mathematical science answer. It's just a combination of designer opinion, player perception, weighing those, and making a judgment call. So, thoughts on lock it currently and in the future? What constitutes removing or fully reworking an item as opposed to just buffs? So one of the things we've decided we need to be careful with is that items should not be widely switched just because of the meta. We've seen lock it be very, very good. Spirit sharpshooters, ring a bell, anybody? That literally was based off Locket. But I agree with you 100%. I think Locket is the worst item in the game right now. I agree. It's bad. It's a bad item right now. Does that mean it's unfun or needs buffs? Not so much. The thing that would constitute it really needing a buff is like if we were looking forward to like future sets or the conditions we had and we're like, this is just problematic long term, then we should probably change it. Like Frozen Heart constant changes? Yeah, kind of. Like, and again, this is one of the things like we haven't been like super consistent about, but we definitely need to figure out. Yeah, and like I said, Locket's there, but like Shiv's is a better example of this, right? Again, like people were asking for us to rework Shiv pretty much the entire start of the set until they realized how good it was. So all it takes is for someone to realize there's a really cool Locket comp with Challenger or something. Like you run double Locket on an AP Challenger in the front line, and then that allows Yone to run QS and not worry about dying or something, and then all of a sudden Locket will be really good. So that's all it takes. All right, I have time for 2 more questions and then we're going to call it. Hey Mort, thanks for the incredible game. My question is, do you think it would be possible to have a way to integrate the items directly on the skins of the champions? For example, seeing an IE in the hands of Yone. Oh, I wish, but no. There's just no way. That's another league limitation, but 8 assassin win over my dead body. Over my dead body. I'm not implementing 8 assassin. I do not want those things doing that much damage. No, thank you. No, thank you. Any update on client Spectator? As a tournament organizer, I would run better events with it. Okay, so let me end with this Spectator one. So, Spectator is done as far as we're concerned. We made what we call the esports camera. It is available on the tournament realm, and it can be used, it has been used, in many events. Now, a bunch of you are going, that's not what we asked for. We wanted real spectate mode like League of Legends has. Unfortunately, to get that, that's a long ways off. Okay? But what you can do is you can message Riot contacts, it's not me, and you can organize your event on the tournament realm through regions. And regions have started doing this. EU did it. They're doing their double up tournament on it. You can use the tournament realm, and the tournament realm has access to that Spectator client. So it just does involve, if you want to run tournaments and stuff like that, it does involve going through Riot to do those. So now for someone who said like, I just want to watch my friend play, then unfortunately for that, this is not a good answer. I know this sucks. It'd be great if we have it. We don't. Until then, I would recommend things like Discord. For example, I had a game that I really wanted Kent to watch the other day. I called him up. I did Discord. He watched through Discord. Like, it's not ideal. It's not good enough. I hope someday we do our real one, but that's what you're going to have to. There are tools out there at least. So, all right. We've been doing this for 4 hours, 15 minutes. I think this is going to be the end of the QA stream. If you guys enjoyed this, let me know. I'll post it on YouTube later. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully this was useful. I'll be back tomorrow for a normal stream. Normal stream will be good. If you guys want to see more of this, let me know. Let people know. I'll do this as often as you guys enjoy it. So, yeah, that's it for me. All right, I'm going to go see Spider-Man. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all.